liked COD 4DS so much, they were like, the Chinese people must see this. I'm glad that I've got some fans over in China. But of course, the more you go down into it, you'll just see straight video rips from my side. Now, obviously, it's a Chinese website. Can't really be hitting it with the DMCA, nor would I even bother. It's just people sharing like American content for Chinese people to consume, which is cool. There's a bunch of people even commenting on it. I don't know if they hate me. I don't know if they're like talking shit. I can't read it, and honestly, I don't want to even bother reading it. You can access things like Weibo, which again is literally Chinese Twitter. Now again, the thing is, you and I can access a bunch of Chinese websites. China cannot access our websites. For instance, if you check the Chinese firewall test, which literally will check with servers in China if they can access American websites, if I wanted to see if Twitch TV is accessible, it's currently blocked. You can access it from mainland China. Now, coincidentally, if I go to kick.com, you can effectively go to Kick from China. That means I can go to kick.com, I can start a Twitch stream right now, where I can, or Kick stream, and I can literally have me showing Xi Jinping as Winnie the fucking Pooh and get away with it, all right? They wouldn't even, that would be, unless a Chinese, like, enforcer regulator got in and saw that shit, they'd be like, all right, getting rid of Kick right there and then. That's how the Chinese firewall works, okay? If you wanted to go to something like wikipedia.com and read up about Chinese war atrocities, yeah, not happening, okay? Oh, hell yeah. Do you want to go to youtube.com and watch shit? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, that's blocked. You know, do you want to access the global town square known as twitter.com? Oh, wait, I'm timing out. Let me just get rid of one dot. Whoa, twitter.com is blocked. And of course, this is a pretty big standard. China will not let any foreign entity into their country. And I think a lot of it is due to the fact that, you know, if the Chinese people could actually go and get all the information uncensored and unfettered, it might be pretty dangerous for the Chinese Communist Party to operate the way that they do. So again, it's literally rules for thee, not for me. You know, they can affect other countries and the children of other countries pretty much openly. And the moment you start crying to them, they will countersue and say, uh-oh, hey, we're just playing by the rules. There's no sympathy gained for me, okay? And I'm looking at it from a pretty nuanced perspective. But yeah, TikTok is pretty much hated by the government. And it's a pretty nuanced topic, but one that I really wanted to cover because honestly, looking at their lawsuits is insane. For every lawsuit that's delivered to TikTok, I think the ultimate lining I can give out of here is social media in of itself has become a pretty dangerous hole to go down into. And unless you're really moderating yourself, and if you're a kid, you might be susceptible to some really dangerous shit on here. And if you're a parent, you gotta make sure that your child who's accessing the internet on a daily basis is protected. Have a talk with them. Tell them about stupid shit on the internet and tell them to be careful about what they're accessing. Yeah, the internet's a dangerous place, but it's only as dangerous as, you know, when your parents don't really care. You know, when I was a kid, they told me never to meet strangers on the internet, never to get involved with internet or turn into an internet digital stripper on the internet for money, okay? It's wild stuff, okay? Now it seems like you need laws in order to get that message passed. But ladies and gentlemen, wild shit indeed. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it, I am out. Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and you know, I'm not the biggest fan of Aiden Ross, but I'm also not the biggest fan of content ID and copyright abuse on the platform. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I usually don't really like to do these kind of call-outs or really, you know, go after certain creators or really jump into it. First off, the drama really isn't something that I enjoy. It's not really drama in my opinion. Drama to me is like really stupid shit. When it comes to actual, like tangibly like harmful things that are happening on YouTube on the platform, I like to speak out about it because it leads to a larger issue. So for me, when I talk about Aiden Ross, it's definitely because what he is doing on YouTube, like a lot of other creators, abusing the content ID and copyright system actually can lead to really, really bad effects on the platform. And YouTube should step in and make sure the abuse doesn't happen. I mean, they say there's penalties. I've never seen these penalties goddamn enforced. Now, to understand, I really don't like Aiden Ross as a character, mostly because I think he's a genuinely harmful individual. To give you a little bit of context into this character, a year ago when I was looking into him for Rubet Save the Kids, during the height of cryptos and influencers, not that that's gone away or anything, I mean, there's plenty of bullshit that happens all the time, Aiden Ross was a character that shilled MILF Token. Now, MILF Token is a meme currency that if you were dumb enough to join his escapades and buy, well, you lost your money. Why? Because it's a meme token. You think MILF token is worth anything, you idiots? It's not, okay? Now, of course, after this shilling, Aiden had this to say about MILF Token. Listen to this real carefully.
Chat, by the way, that MILF token shit I did a while back, I already told you guys, don't buy that shit. I got paid a bag to do that shit. Like, I don't give a f***. I hope none of you guys actually bought it.
After promoting such a scam token and then after a while telling people, I hope you didn't buy it, you can tell that Aiden Ross is not just a kid. He's a fully grown adult that actually has scammed his audience. Doesn't care about it, no moral compass, no nothing. For me, I have no respect for a scumbag like this and absolutely never will. Now, of course, since then, the absolute ounce of respect I possibly could have had has absolutely cratered and hit rock bottom, center of the fucking earth type shit after looking at some of this. So this is where we get into like some real YouTube content territory breaking situations. Listen to this one.
Chat, by the way, this is Hassan's head moderator, chat.
So, of course, just for context, this guy named Internet Anarchist is a content creator on YouTube that really covers trending topics, kind of like a Sunny V2 type person. This is not a moderator for Hassan Piker, the live streamer. No, this is somebody random that made a video talking about, you know, the whole Sneeko and Charlie situation. And in this case, he used clips from Aiden Ross's streams, Aiden Ross's interviews, where Aiden Ross went in and actually filed a manual copyright claim on their video.
Put a W in the chat. We stole $8,000 from him. W. He needed that. Yes. Yes. Yes.
It's like a terminally online child actually salivating at the thought that they stole money. It's not even about the money. It's about the false copyright claim you did it. You know, if this went to a court of law and literally lawyers had to fight over if this was maliciously done, Aiden literally loses. This isn't even the only clip. Listen to this one. It actually gets downright comically evil.
I'm not gonna lie. If I don't them, do it. If I with the YouTubers you're doing it to, don't do it. Like, this guy's an actual dick sucker, bro, so he deserves to get copyrighted. He's a dick sucker. He deserves it, chat. He knows what he's doing. He's using my own content to make me look like a bad guy.
I don't think your content really needs to be manipulated to make you look like a bad guy, Aiden. But see, this is where I'm talking about maliciously applying copyright strikes. You see, this is a false copyright strike, not on the basis that what he's going after is necessarily somebody who's misusing his content and going against fair use principles. He's literally targeting somebody that is critical of him in a negative way. You know, if you talk shit about people on the internet, look, I'm on the internet. If you make a whole video shitting on me, the last thing I'm going to do is give you a content ID claim or a copyright strike. Because it's completely unethical. It's your right to criticize me, especially if you're using my content in a fair use manner. And also, it's fucking illegal. Now, of course, the US legal system is pretty much designed to favor the person that has the most money. So if internet anarchists wanted to go and fight back, well, they would probably be hitting their head up against a brick wall. Not saying that he can't fight, but obviously, if you don't have the funds to go up against a large streamer like Aiden Ross, you'll be bullied into no tomorrow. I think it's partially one of these reasons why some of these creators don't target people that have like larger followings, because they know if a court case was to actually happen, they would be pissing money away against somebody that has money to piss away too. It'd be one giant pissing match, and when the court case is done, they know full well they will be countersued and they will have to end up paying way more money than what they initially even put into the lawsuit to begin with. Now, I watched this video from Internet Anarchist, and it absolutely used a bunch of clips from Aiden Ross, Charlie, so on and so forth. Now, of course, I think there's a lot of commentary in this, and the clips that were used were done in a fair use manner. To understand fair use, we have to actually look at the law itself. Now, of course, fair use, this is coming from the Columbia University Libraries, okay? Even if you hate me, you learn something from my channel. Fair use is not what you expect. There are 4 factors to the balancing of fair use. Now, again, I want to just stress this really quickly, because some YouTubers had actual court cases and won against other YouTubers. That doesn't necessarily mean their, determination of fair use is applicable to all. So obviously, Ethan Klein and Matt Haas, their situation was different. Ethan actually used very, very small portions of the work and created a transformative topic, a transformative video. If you just download somebody's entire content and re-upload it to your channel, obviously that's not fair use. Now, even if you react to their video in whole and you say, oh, I doubled the length of the original video by adding commentary, realistically, there are 4 pillars of fair use. You may have inadvertently created a market substitute for the actual product. You may have actually just re-uploaded the entire video, and a case could be made by the original copyright holder as to why would somebody go and visit my channel or view the content natively if they've already viewed the entire piece. You can't just put up an entire movie, review it by commentating over it, and not expect Disney or any large megacorp to completely not take you down. There is a lot of factors that go into it, and it literally is one of those reasons why fair use is tested, in my opinion, pretty individually on a case-by-case basis. But that doesn't mean, like, for instance, in the next few years, if people actually do start issuing lawsuits, that it could negatively affect fair use as it exists. Again, the more lawsuits that happen, the more precedents get created, and sometimes precedents are not all good. The way that copyright is being handled by creators like Aiden Ross is literally akin to setting up a minefield, and usually when people step on a mine, hopefully it doesn't go off, but if it does, it is absolutely a catastrophic moment. It's bad enough that the actual, like, big mega corporations literally abuse YouTube's copyright systems, and YouTube needs to step in to at least prevent YouTubers from abusing the goddamn system itself. Just based on the clip I showed you, it was a malicious strike, a malicious claim that should absolutely be reversed by YouTube. Because again, if a tool like this could be used to abuse, because it is, smaller creators, then that's not a platform that we should necessarily support. That's not a thing we should be supporting. Now, Aiden Ross is not exactly the most intellectual fucking person that I've ever seen, because literally in the statements that I just played, it almost is like they don't care about fair use. If they were to go to a court, you could absolutely argue that they're doing this maliciously, and they have literally no basis to properly file a DMCA or court claim on. And he's not the only streamer that has been alleged to do this. There are other streamers who are alleged to actually do content ID strikes. One of them is iShowSpeed, who has been alleged to do content ID strikes or content claims through third-party like MCN. So listen to this one from Jabroni.
So I just want to show you guys what it looks like when you get a manual copyright claim on YouTube. This is different from when it's automated. If you use like a copyrighted song or a clip that the bots flag, this was manually claimed. So I've disputed this claim. The dispute's under review. These people have 30 days to look at my dispute and say, yeah, we agree with you, or no, we don't agree with your dispute.
So generally what happens over here is when it comes to a manual dispute, which I'm going to give you another great example of it in a little minute, generally a company comes in, they say, hey, listen, like 30 seconds of this video is from us, we're going to claim this, and what YouTube does is they basically give away the ad revenue to that creator or that company. Now, if you dispute this, YouTube puts all that money into a little escrow account and basically waits for the dispute to resolve. So let's look at the actual dispute real quickly. YouTube will say when it comes to a content ID claim, basically you want to make sure you have all the necessary rights in the content of your video, using the content in a way that qualifies as a copyright exception, and believing your video was misidentified or an error was made. So this is where it gets into a legal situation. Before you dispute a content ID claim, you might want to learn about public domain and fair use, which is why I went through the whole legal lesson earlier on. Keep in mind that these are not legitimate reasons to dispute a claim. You can't just give credit, you can't own a copy of the video or song, and you can't choose to not monetize the video. This is a literal content ID situation. This is a DMCA scenario. So even if you are not profiting off of the work just by putting it up on your channel or giving credit, giving exposure, that's still not enough. If you don't submit a dispute, there are a few other ways to resolve a content ID claim, such as removing the claimant content from the video, which YouTube provides tools to mute tracks or literally trim out portions of your video. Ultimately, YouTube can't decide whether you should dispute a claim, because that's legal advice. You should only dispute a claim if you're confident that you have all the necessary rights to use the claim and content. Repeated or malicious abuse of the dispute process can result in penalties against your video or channel. Now, to understand, this is wording that obviously should scare anybody that's getting claimed. Now, if somebody falsely claims you, it really sounds like from that wording, yes, you have to basically prove that your, video is completely fair use, and if we find that your video is not in fair use or the claim doesn't go your way, you're the one getting punished. To explain how bad the system can be, look at this situation where somebody uploaded 10 hours of white noise, literally generated white noise that anybody can do with their computer right now. Because of this, there were plenty of companies that came in and claimed literal sections. So this one company behalf of white noise sleep therapy jumped in and said this random few minutes, 6 hours in, was theirs. Then you've got other people like El Muelle Records. Then you've got white noise sleep therapy again. Then you've got Rachel Conwell, who said this is a symphonic distribution. Yeah, apparently white noise is part of the fucking symphony, okay? So initially, if you wanted to dispute all of these, which I guess would be their each individual claims, yeah, you better hope to God it doesn't go wrong. Now, YouTube needs to have a level of common sense where they look at situations like this, or maybe have the ability to provide further context. Like, imagine if you showed YouTube systems Aiden Ross's blatant disregard for actually using this system in good faith and using it to silence critics, then they would absolutely reverse these claims. Again, this isn't even entirely YouTube's fault. The problem with Content ID and the reason it was made was literally to make sure YouTube couldn't die. See, YouTube and DMCA situations are scenarios where, like, YouTube literally has had to fight this even up till this modern day. Literally looking at Content ID, the system is designed primarily to actually cater to MCNs and big production groups, like people that make movies, people who make music, literally so that they can actually have the ability to match content, block it, and also garnish revenue off of it. It's literally a compromise method created for YouTube to survive. So again, if you look into the history with copyrighted material, between 2007 and 2009, Viacom, Mediaset, and English's Premier League filed lawsuits against YouTube claiming that it had done too little to prevent the uploading of copyrighted materials. So Viacom actually at one point demanded $1 billion in damages. So again, when it came time to criticism for this entire situation, basically if a YouTube user disagrees with the decision by Content ID, again, you fill in a form disputing the decision, and again, that claim is sent directly to the party that owns the supposed copyright, who effectively has the final decision. And of course, if they don't respond properly, if they don't respond on time, yeah, it'll go forward in your case. But remember, if you're doing Content ID stuff and you are disputing it, you're literally getting involved in legal affairs. And again, Internet Anarchist is not the only YouTuber this has happened to. Omni, great friend of the show, been on our podcast a couple times, has said they doubled down on the copyright claim and now my channel is at risk of getting a strike again. If anyone has been affected by Create Magic MGT, let me know. I'm officially going to war with them and YouTube's broken copyright system more tomorrow. So again, he's talking about where his channel is getting absolutely Content ID'd. And of course, YouTube even jumped into it and said that the claims are invalid and they're taking appropriate action. YouTube, these claims shouldn't even be existing in the first place. Again, the Content ID system was designed literally to appease users, to appease a lot of these big corporations. But when it comes to people like Aiden Ross who are mishandling it and misusing this technology, it could absolutely cause an entire chunk of the platform to go at risk. Now, one of the things that really hits me here is obviously from Aiden Ross, whose content pretty much also like derives from reaction content and basically going on Discord and reacting to memes, you know, of other videos and other content that he finds on the internet. I find it hilarious that he's so liberally handing out these copyright claims, again, maliciously to people he doesn't like. The problem with actually enacting something like this is at the end of the day, the DMCA system and the Content ID system is something YouTube has to abide by. No one likes it, not even YouTube. In order to survive, they've created both these systems in order to alleviate their tense relationships with some of the big players in Hollywood, so to speak. Now, the thing is with a system like this is while there is some net good that I guess it can provide for some of these companies, using it like a nuclear cannon against other content creators pretty much opens the possibilities for potential lawsuits to kick in. It only takes one lawsuit to truly change the landscape of the kind of content that all of us create on the entire platform. But even if you didn't want to get into the ethics of it and the idea of like, hey, the ramifications, this is just illegal, okay? And at the end of the day, it's like, it's a shame that Aiden Ross is part of a select group of streamers that are actually using this tool to cause harm directly to this platform. You know, it's one thing to just react to the content without asking. It's another hilarious situation to react to the content, cover it, and then suddenly believe that you are exempt from the same rules that you constantly break, and then hand out these absolute copyright gems like they're no tomorrow. At the end of the day, what Aiden Ross has done is basically abuse a system that exists, and ultimately, if it continues to be abused, it could lead to really, really massive ramifications for the platform. And honestly, YouTube needs to step in right now and prevent some of these organizations from having their Content ID tools. At the end of the day, this is a privilege to even be part of the Content ID system. And clearly, we've just already started to see literal streamers abuse it through third-party MCNs. Because again, from what I understand, from what I know, this isn't Aiden doing it directly. It really does appear to be a third-party MCN that's handing it out on behalf of Aiden Ross. Now, I guess the only silver lining of this is Aiden Ross is doing content claims, which again, YouTube should absolutely be looking into, and YouTube should be handling misuse of this platform, misuse of this tool, so that honestly the lives of many YouTubers can be easier. Literally, it feels like this tool is used to silence criticism and actually put risks on a lot of smaller channels, because larger channels know full well that no channel wants to go through a lawsuit, especially those who are living paycheck to paycheck and can't afford a lawsuit. Now, of course, content strikes, copyright strikes, which are even wilder forms of attacks. You know, one recent example was CGP Grey, who literally issued 2 strikes against a channel known as Vlogging Through History. Now, from what I understand, these were reaction videos that he was striking, and there were significant chunks of his videos played. Now, regardless of what you think about how much commentary is added and what you believe is fair use, nobody knows what fair use is unless somebody gets sued. Now, again, 2 copyright strikes is the super nuclear option, because adding 1 strike extra means their channel is gone. Now, of course, from what I understand, Vlogging Through History got 1 strike removed, but generally, this is like the severe nuclear option. And even if CGP Grey was in the right, it's still a severe nuclear salvo to throw, and it's a scary situation when, again, YouTubers are suing other YouTubers or literally initiating legal actions. And it doesn't even extend, like false copyright strikes could literally even involve video game companies. Like I've been wanting to do one video on something known as SPT AKI, which is single player Tarkov. Now, generally, I hate battle state games because while they've made a good game known as Escape from Tarkov, they are terrible fucking developers for a multiplayer game, alright? Escape from Tarkov probably has the highest ratio of cheaters to legitimate players that I've ever seen, and while they don't care so much about fixing it, the community has banded together to produce single-player mods which allow you to experience the progression, the tension of Tarkov without the hackers. Literally, the community had one of the best videos by a YouTuber known as Goat, who literally made a video called The Wiggle That Killed Tarkov, where he produced a video where he looked at Tarkov content, covered the hacking community around it, and basically showed that the situation was far harsher than you could ever imagine. Now, of course, single-player Tarkov is a mod that, plenty of people played. One of those users was Blue Drake 42, who produced content on SPT AKI, which actually ended up getting taken down by Battlestate Games because they just couldn't handle any of that footage being shown around. Now, of course, yes, they owned the game, but clearly this person this person used their gaming footage, their game, to make a proper fair use based video covering a mod that they didn't like, and they wanted to basically selectively enforce, copyright strikes against this person's content. It's bad to a point where they literally had to make their own video game. I'm not even joking with you, Operation Harsh Doorstep, so they wouldn't risk their channel effectively getting nuked by any company that just felt like they wanted to, on the dime of a hat, throw copyright strikes. But of course, compared to Aiden Ross, this is at least more legitimate because they actually own this content. Again, the point of this fair use stuff is once these strikes get thrown around, and there's actually going to have to be lawsuits that take place, it could change the landscape of YouTube. Now, of course, to whittle it down back to Planet Earth here with Aiden Ross, I think YouTube should absolutely look into the entire management company that he uses to issue these Content ID claims because, again, individual channels don't really have that right or luxury. Like, the most that you can do on an individual channel is just message the other creator. For instance, if I go to my actual YouTube history real quick, if I go to my YouTube channel, in the copyright tab, you can literally see other channels that just use my content. Now, of course, there's these channels that literally make reaction videos. Like, for instance, this guy known as Big Dog 96 literally watched in the entirety of one of my videos, my Chris Chan coverage from a year ago on his channel. Now, am I going to go out and issue a Content ID claim or a copyright strike or threaten this person? No, I feel pretty humbled that they're watching the content in the first place. But to give you an idea, YouTube will create these. They'll tell you how much your video is because they have an amazing content match tool. But of course, ultimately, you do need a company, which a lot of these streamers appear to have, that are issuing these manual claims. But the thing is, when you issue a manual claim, you are actually sending out legal notices. And I really wish that these guys didn't stop playing so fast and loose, because ultimately, if one false claim like this does end up going to court, this could fundamentally change the way we produce content and fair use is handled on YouTube. Anyways, though, ladies and gentlemen, I really think YouTube needs to step in and make sure that Aiden isn't misusing this tool, like any streamer, really. And honestly, Aiden, you should stop being a fucking beta bitch and doing this in the first place. It's some real beta cuck behavior, and honest to God, honestly, it just makes you look like a fool on the internet. But that being said, though, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out. Hello, guys and gals, me, Mudahar. It feels like I cover a copyright situation like every 6 minutes, okay? I swear to God, it's not that I'm trying to make it my content, so to speak. But I like deep dives, and I like deep analysis, and I like looking at situations like this. Because for me, I'm one of the firm believers that everyone falls off. You know, your time on YouTube, you peak, you placate, and then you're done, okay? But if you don't try to make this platform better than when it was when you started, then you're not spending your time wisely. And when it comes to false copyright abuses can absolutely change the landscape of YouTube. It can change the way that plenty of creators produce content. It can change the way that even you might be able to consume certain pieces of content. Now, honestly, copyright abuse happens a lot from some of the biggest companies in the world. But genuinely, I have a special hate in my heart when it comes between creator to creator, because generally, if it's done maliciously, which is what it appears to be 95% of the time, then it can ruin, again, the landscape of the platform. Now, to understand, today's individual we're discussing is a person known as Business Casual. Now, you might be like, whoa, that name's familiar, Muda. Yeah, Business Casual is a channel with 1.17 million subscribers. And they made a video called Why I'm Suing YouTube, August 16 of 2022. Now, of course, this was a pretty wild video. I was asked to cover it when it came out, and the reason I didn't was because a couple other YouTubers came up and talked to me. I'm not going to mention their name just so I can, again, I don't want to bring in names that don't really need to be brought in. But there were a couple creators that came and reached out to me, a couple fans reached out to me, and I looked into the situation. And the reason I didn't cover it was because A, it was covered really well by another channel, friend of the show, Upper Echelon, who does really good content, really good dives into a lot of topics that I myself cover and am interested into. And he did a pretty good job covering it. I looked at it myself and I found that this was a very, very shaky video. So to give you an idea of what I'm talking about over here, Business Casual is a channel that pretty much was, from what I understand, owned by somebody else. It was bought by another individual whose only video to this channel was Why I'm Suing YouTube. Now, the last video before that was 2 years ago. Then this video came out, and that was pretty much what it was. Initially, when it dropped, there was claims that maybe YouTube was suppressing the truth because, oh, they don't want people to find out about such a lawsuit. Which, again, could be the case. It could also not be the case. That didn't stop Business Casual, from what I understand, and some of these screenshots I have did come from Upper Echelon because he did a good job archiving. And as you can imagine, when people are caught and, people are contradicted, and when people are, sort of put a spotlight onto, a lot of things suddenly get deleted, okay? So thank God for YouTube archivists. 70,000 plus of our subscribers have push notifications enabled. How many were notified of our video exposing YouTube? A whopping 0. So of course, ladies and gentlemen, some notifications weren't sent. Obviously, this appears to be a bug, a glitch in the system. Could YouTube be suppressing it? Look, I'm not ruling it out. I don't know what the hell happens at YouTube behind the scenes. Nobody really does. But again, I like to think of the situation with a bit more, I guess you could say, utilizing your fucking brain cells, okay? If you are uploading from a channel that's last video is 2 years ago, and then you upload Why I'm Suing YouTube 8 months ago, there's a massive gap between content being uploaded. So to understand, maybe the people that have had the bell on just don't give a shit anymore. And sometimes videos don't perform really well. Hell, if I was to look at my own channel, right, sometimes videos do really well. You know, if I look at things like This Guy's Ruining YouTube, obviously that one did a bit better than Redfall is a Truly Awful Video Game. Investigating the Cat video was 620k views 3 days ago. And then, of course, some videos don't pop off. It is what it is. It's how Mafia works, my guy. That's how the internet is. So to say that YouTube was blocking your video, you would need a lot more proof than just that one error that you showed in the analytics. You didn't really show where other traffic was coming from. And if YouTube was really blocking your video, ain't no fucking way you were getting 2.1 million views when you have almost half of that as your subscriber base. Clearly your video got featured in the recommended algorithm, which is where most views for a video come from. The other thing was looking at some of the inflammatory shit on this video. So this was during the peak of the US-Russian sanctions. So about a year ago, a war in Ukraine kicked off, Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, and obviously public perception towards Russia wasn't all the way there. And to be honest, it still kind of isn't, all right? It's a very politicized topic. If you read the description, I'm not playing any clips because I don't want a copyright strike from Business Casual, even though I will probably 100% be in the right. I say probably because in order to prove fair use and copyright to be factually, right in your favor, you have to go to a court of law. Anyways, reading the description, this is a true story, a story about YouTube's intentional efforts to undermine the US of A in collusion with the Russian government. It's also a story about copyright infringement and YouTube's willful blindness to bad actors who openly admit to filing patently false DMCA counter notifications to avoid the termination of their accounts. So, ladies and gentlemen, he says Business Casual CEO Alex Edson exposes YouTube for turning a blind eye to brazen, repeated, and obvious infringements to their copyrighted videos. In the video, you will see how YouTube has acted and continues to act in the direction of the Kremlin. Again, YouTube has no reason to work with them. This video was uploaded August 16th of 2022. If Alex Edson's claims are to even be remotely believable, looking at YouTube's own channel monetization policies, YouTube in March 3rd said, due to the ongoing war in Ukraine, we will temporarily be pausing Google and YouTube ads from serving to users located in Russia. Also, we are pausing access to all monetization features such as channel memberships, super chats, super stickers, merch for viewers in Russia. Also, in March 10th, they said, given the recent suspension of Google advertising systems in Russia, we'll be pausing the creation of new Russian accounts on AdSense, AdMob, Google Ad Manager. Additionally, we will pause ads on Google properties and networks globally for advertisers based in Russia. As a result, creators in Russia won't be able to complete new YouTube partner program signups at this time. The implication that YouTube is somehow capitulating to the Russian government and undermining the US on a DMCA dispute between a Russian state media organization and a YouTube channel in the United States by simply not offering some level of automatic bias towards the American is a bit absurd, because in order with DMCA safe harbor provisions, obviously YouTube's not going to jump into the spat anyways. Now, while YouTube, yes, is not profiteering off of any Russian viewers, yes, people who are from other countries who are watching a Russian channel's YouTube video would still, from what I understand, be providing money to an active AdSense partner. But generally speaking, YouTube is complying as much as they can with the current sanctions in place. Tech companies, if they were suddenly told not to at all work with Russians, or vice versa, so to speak, then YouTube would comply. They're really showing no signs of them actually breaking the law or undermining, again, quote unquote, the United States government, because this is a very gross mischaracterization of the situation. And I imagine YouTube also believes the same. I imagine any third party looking at the situation with clear eyes would realize that this isn't exactly as cut and dry as it may seem from Business Casual's video. So anyways, I know that I'm getting into a million different things right now, but I'm trying to point out why this video is really shocking to me. The other big reality of it, and this is a clip that comes from Upper Echelon, where he actually received an email from Alex basically talking about how he was incendiary against him. Upper Echelon basically got this, where he said, hey, it's evident you did not actually watch my video. So here he actually mentions that you mentioned that Russia only uses a few snippets. So in what Upper Echelon was saying, that Alex was using like a couple seconds of footage at a time to basically, within fair use, cover a piece of, cover a topic, so to speak, or cover actual events. Your claims are categorically flaccé. I assume Alex was trying to write the word false, which at that point I have to tell you, try a spell checker. As shown in our video, at least 2 of RT's videos actually infringe 28 separate copyrighted scenes from our video, totaling 1 minute and 28 seconds of our content. So basically, their whole team sat through Russia Today's channel and found 1 minute and 28 seconds of their content spread across 28 infringement cases. Now, of course, in this case, it really does appear that if we were to take 88 seconds of content and divide it by, again, 28 seconds of copyrighted scenes, we're looking at around 3 seconds on average, a little over, of content used. So I don't know. It depends on what he's talking about, what the infringement is. Again, this is to go to a court case, and we're trying to see if this is actually abusive of his copyright. Again, fair use, and the DMCA relies on a few tests, and generally, if this is good faith or not, we'd have to look at the content. Now, in this, he pretty much, the general summary of it, he wanted this channel pretty much removed because since they had 3 copyright strikes, 3 strikes means that YouTube should remove your channel and basically every other channel associated to you, which Russia Today has several, about over, I think, 20 or 30 channels. Another sign that YouTube isn't working with the Kremlin, so to speak, is a sign that YouTube has actually been blocking a lot of these Russian state-backed media organizations. Good luck trying to find Russia Today or any of its associated channels today on YouTube. Even if they try to come back, where there were allegations that there were other channels like Dig Dig Documentary that was apparently like belonging to Russia Today, that also doesn't appear to be active on YouTube either. So clearly YouTube is going above and beyond their requirements to US sanctions as an American tech company and not undermining the Kremlin, it seems. So I don't know where that fucking wild accusation or inflammatory statement came out of. And I can imagine YouTube's lawyers aren't too proud, and I can imagine if you're a third-party viewer of this situation, you might be wondering just why the situation was presented in the way that it was. Now again, what Alex failed to tell us, and I'm going to be digging up a sworn affidavit from Alex himself, this isn't necessarily even the case. Russia Today didn't even need to get removed. So again, based on a sworn affidavit coming at him, TV Novosti, associated channels identified by the letters Russia Today RT, of which there are at least 38 as confirmed by YouTube, enjoy access to YouTube's managed CMS technology. So here he basically exposed that Russia Today's channels were running under the CMS system. What is the CMS system? Well, let's look at YouTube themselves. According to YouTube, the content manager, the managed content manager system over here, when it comes to copyright strikes, when a channel receives a copyright strike, channel level penalties are applied. Partners should avoid accumulating copyright strikes across their managed channels. Failure to do so will result in penalties applied to their content manager in addition to existing channel strike policies. So one could argue that channel level penalties, if you get 3 strikes, you should be removed. But to remove everything under your wagon doesn't make sense, because they said if a partner, they being YouTube, receives 10 copyright strikes across managed channels in a 90-day period, then the partner is subject to further review. The results of which may include loss of the ability to link channels, loss of the ability to upload videos, and termination of the partnership agreement. After 90 days, copyright strikes will expire. So again, if you looked at throughout the course of a fucking year, you could basically have up to what, 40 copyright strikes, right? Like assuming that, you know, they all keep expiring. Again, they only got 3, it seems, not 10. So again, YouTube didn't have to remove them, which makes a lot of his case seem really bullshit to me, and it's the reason why I never covered it. So because of DMCA safe harbor provisions, you can read it for yourself right here. A good example of it was this article on TechDirt. Herein lies the problem. There's no plausible claim of liability for YouTube. There may well be a plausible claim against TV Novosti, but that doesn't magically make YouTube liable as well. Indeed, the case is complicated by the fact that Business Casual uploads its video to YouTube, granting YouTube a license to them. That doesn't mean that TV Novosti gets a license, but it doesn't mean that suing YouTube for infringement, especially direct infringement, makes no sense, as it already has a license to the work and therefore cannot be infringing. Again, the lawsuit against YouTube is very messy, not because they're just a large company anyways, but also this is a clear sign of what it appears to be somebody not understanding safe harbor provisions and the law. So I know, long summary, Mudo, why did you have to go down this route? It's because I wanted to explain to you the situation that I never once covered, but also where it's actually leading to. Now recently there's been a YouTuber known as Magnates Media who's basically said a YouTuber called Business Casual has filed 3 copyright strikes against my channel, claiming that I've used seconds of similar footage. These 3 strikes means that I've received an email from YouTube saying in a few days my channel is going to be deleted. Now again, I looked at these copyright strikes, again, thanks to Upper Echelon for the actual coverage here and the screenshots that we can actually view ourselves. So again, these copyright strikes, which I can't confirm if this one is Business Casual Holdings, but these 2 are from Business Casual Holdings LLC. Now the video in question here, I can't confirm if these 2 videos, the JP Morgan and Starbucks one, are actually violating anything. I am, however, going to look into the How Andrew Carnegie Became the Richest Man. This video was taken down by Business Casual Holdings. Why? Because 7 seconds of content was used in this video. So now it's time to examine what those 7 seconds of content were and if they were actually, infringing any copyright. Now, according to Upper Echelon, who had the screenshots over here, From Zero to World's Richest Man, right? That was the actual title for the video. Yeah, that was the one right there. I just got to check in my notes. And this video was 53 minutes long. Business Casual's video was 16 minutes long. And basically, this image was basically the target point. Now, what is this image, you might ask? So this image is from the Library of Congress, okay? The Carnegie Steel Plant, Homestead, Pennsylvania. And if you look into this image right here, it's pretty cute, all right? If I compare it back to our friend's content, so to speak. Yeah, this is the exact same image, all right? Same chimney, same everything. Now, this image, if we scroll all the way down this page to Rights and Access, the Library of Congress believes that many of the papers in the Detroit Publishing Company collection are in the public domain or have no copyright restrictions and are free to reuse and reuse. For example, all photos published in the US more than 95 years ago are in the public domain. So when was this image published, by the way? Let me get an exact 1905. Yeah, I'd say it fits the fucking bill, huh? Now, of course, we look at what public domain is. Public domain refers to creative materials that are not protected by intellectual property laws, such as copyright, trademark, or patent laws. So anybody can use this image. If I want to take this image and rotoscope it onto GTA 5, I can. It's my right, okay? I can do some motion tracking, add some lens flare, you know it. Now, of course, what happened over here was Business Casual apparently filed a copyright claim for what appears to be similar editing. Now, here's where I'm going to play a section of Business Casual's video in fair use, okay? The reason why I'm saying it's in fair use is I'm going to be critiquing the differences, and if Business Casual believes that I'm violating his copyright, obviously he can use the YouTube copyright system, but I will absolutely be fighting it, okay? Because I believe what I am about to do is within fair use. So let's watch this, okay? So on the right here is Magnates Media, and on the left belongs to Business Casual's video. So if we actually see what's going on over here, you can see that in Magnates Media, they've got a, I guess you could say a parallax effect. So this kind of weird effect that you would see in like a lot of videos where like parts of the image are moving in different relations to different parts of the image. It's something that you can see plenty of people do. It's a very common editing routine. In fact, it appears that even in this case, Magnates Media provided, their editor provided the timeline of them actually doing it themselves. So again, it appears, based on what I'm looking at, that these effects are very different, okay? You got color grading that's different, Magnates has explosions, you've got, these fire effects, these various, alpha effects that are happening, far different than what we're seeing over here on Business Casual side, okay? So again, if this was to go to a court of law, I think any judge would laugh this shit out. This looks like copyright trolling. But of course, as you all know, when it comes to copyright trolling, all right, it really does seem like Business Casual's, actual claim to fame really is not so much making content, because he hasn't uploaded a video since he was suing YouTube, but rather he's just tweeting out at companies about, hey, I'd like to report an infringement of your series. May I ask for an appropriate person to contact? Good luck, I guess. Now, again, if Magnates Media absolutely doesn't win these, copyright strikes, then literally tomorrow, since it would be the 11th as of time of doing it, he could have his channel gone, removed off YouTube forever. All the hours of work gone. I want to stress that if my editor had literally just ripped several minutes of footage from his content and simply copied it into my own video with no edits, I'd understand the strikes. But he didn't. Yeah, sure, you could argue that maybe the editing might be a little similar to your tastes, but that's not worthy of just filing a copyright strike over, okay? Literally, we watched it. There were a lot of differences present on that image alone. Anybody could take that public domain image and parallax affect it. It's not an uncommon editing strategy. It's not a patented, editing strategy that business casual owns. Plenty of people do it. A couple of weeks ago, there was this Illuminati chick who was fucking going at Legal Eagle about the highlighter effect. You can't just copyright the most generic editing effects out there. Jesus Christ, at least in that situation, copyright strikes weren't handed out, but I mean, it was still cringe. This is cringe, and I would argue it actually breaks the law. Now, Alex claims that they used an AI script for the Carnegie video. So again, Magnate says that he's never used artificial intelligence. This is their Google script with various revisions. I can imagine anytime Alex is given any form of criticism, he talks about ChatGPT. That's pretty much all it comes down to. Of course, if two creators make a video on the same topic, there are going to be similarities and likely even some of the same sources. True! If I cover a topic, and Charlie covers a topic, and Upper Echelon covers a topic, we're probably going to be using similar sources and the same evidence. Now, of course, if I take the exact same script from somebody else and I take the exact same editing shot for shot, word for word, one could argue that absolutely could violate the copyright laws. But this wasn't a similar situation. These were a couple seconds of the same image being given the same parallax effect, which, by the way, is very common, but there were a lot of materially different things between those two clips. They were posted years apart. The styles, analysis, tone were all totally different too. The only visual similarity is we've used the same publicly available historical image, which is a key part of the story. It is. According to Andrew Carnegie, yes, that steel plant is a key integral moment of the story. I did, of course, try to explain this privately to Alex first and ask him several times if we could work this out between us, creator to creator. But he ignored those messages, and so I felt I had no choice but to make this public in the hope that I can save my channel being deleted. I have lots more evidence if needed, plus a lot of creators have privately contacted me about past issues with Alex themselves. But honestly, I have no interest in YouTube drama. This isn't YouTube drama, okay? This is an abuse of the platform, and YouTube's got to step in and fucking stop it. So, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is a situation where I feel like YouTube needs to be coming into, and honestly, YouTube did step in, at least their social media manager, and said, we understand how important this is for you all. We can't mediate copyright disputes. We look into misuse of copyright tools and web forms to prevent abuse. I love how that's 1 out of 1. I'm still waiting for 2 out of 2 to drop, by the way. Come on, YouTube, fill us in. YouTube, this, from the outside looking in, is obviously, it appears to be a complete abuse of copyright laws. And of course, Alex Edson has a history. And he's got a history on YouTube where allegedly he has run an MCN that is allegedly abusive, known as Power TV. One that I was able to look up on YouTube with him saying that he was a CEO and founder. Again, claiming that they founded Power TV, a talent management agency for YouTube content creators. I went to their company website, but it's dead in the water. Not surprising. So I'm not going to go pursue that route anyways. And of course, there's allegedly other situations where they made creators lose access to various YouTube features and privated videos criticizing the network made by their own creators while taking the majority of their earnings. That's all an allegation. And of course, it gets even wilder from there. Again, because these are allegations, I'm not going to dig too far into them. I feel like for covering the story and the fact that this is mentioned everywhere already anyways, I felt including it was an important part of the story, but I'm not going to go into it because allegations are allegations. I'm only looking at this particular situation and keeping my scope relegated into the copyright disputes. Alex Edson appears to be an individual that is very keen on abusing the copyright tools that are available on the platform. And to understand, if that was the only abuse of copyright on that one video, I do not think it warrants a strike. And again, to understand, YouTube can't stop. They can't not process a strike is what I'm saying. The way that the copyright system is built, YouTube gets a literal legal request, which is what you have to file with YouTube, and YouTube has to honor it, okay? It could be a completely bullshit request. It could be a completely legitimate request. YouTube has no way, and they can't really jump into mediating it themselves. They don't really want to invest the legal team for it. And also, there are safe harbor provisions where they're literally just letting the content be uploaded. And hey, If there's a copyright dispute, deal with it in court. I don't think that Magnates Media should apologize at all. I think what Alex is trying to do is fish for an apology, or at least Magnates to admit some level of guilt, whether he is guilty or not. Magnate should 100% fight this strike, 100% stand up for himself in front of what appears to be a copyright abuser on the platform. It's also really disgusting to me that Alex filed 3 actual copyright strikes on an individual, knowing full well, by the way, that 3 strikes means that, yes, your channel is pretty much on forms of termination. I don't even think Magnates can upload a video addressing his followers and telling them of what the upending doom is, and all he can really use is Twitter and other various forms of social media. If I wake up in the morning and Magnates Media is gone, then honestly, I really hope to God YouTube reinstates it. And honestly, I really hope to God YouTube actually goes after Alex Edson from what I believe to be the abuse of the copyright tool. YouTube needs to start punishing its fucking creators. They need to start punishing individuals for abusing these tools. Too long has this shit actually been happening. And this stuff boils my blood looking at it like this. This isn't somebody downloading anybody's video and posting it onto the internet and profiteering off of it. That I would defend Alex on. This is Alex overstepping the copyright system and trying to take down a competing creator. All from a fucking guy that doesn't make content! Holy shit, the world I live in, dude. Anyways, yeah. Share this video. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out. Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar. I'm going to start you off with a question. When you donate to a charity
the right of parents to control the education of their children. Second, we will empower parents and local school board to hire and reward great principals.
I agree with that 90%, but I don't want to see, like, for example, in a very religious community, I don't want to see parents pressure the schools into teaching the kids religion or not teaching them about evolution or certain things in science that contradict the religion. So, like, I'm on board with this about 90%, not 100.
And teachers, and also to fire the poor ones, the one whose performance is unsatisfactory. They will be fired.
That's good. That's absolutely good. They need to pay teachers more money, though. Because, like, you can't fire people from these shitty fucking jobs and expect everybody else to want to take their place. They've got to give teachers more money.
On The Apprentice, you're fired. Third,
no way.
Whose performance is unsatisfactory. They will be fired. Like on The Apprentice, you're fired.
That's his show, by the way. That was his show.
Third, we will ensure our classrooms are
turn it down a little bit.
Focused not on political indoctrination, but on teaching the knowledge and skills needed to succeed.
Imagine
reading,
that.
Writing, math, science, arithmetic, and other truly useful subjects. Fourth, we will teach students to love their country, not to hate their country like they're taught right now. Fifth, we will support...
Did you guys have to do the Pledge of Allegiance whenever you were in school? I know we did. I feel like it kind of fell off a little bit, but I remember, yeah.
Bringing back prayer to our schools. Sixth, we will...
Huge disagree on this one. I don't think prayer and school should have anything to do with each other. I think that there should be a place for students that want to be religious to pray. I think that's totally fair. But to have it be incorporated into the actual curriculum or into the actual, like, function of the school, no.
Achieve schools that are safe, secure, and drug-free with immediate expulsion for any...
Oh, by the way, yeah, private school, absolutely acceptable. Totally fine.
Schools. Sixth, we will achieve schools that are safe, secure, and drug-free with immediate expulsion for any student who harms a teacher or another student. Seventh, we...
That's good. That's true. That's exactly what they should do. There's no reason to tolerate a violent student for any reason. And being violent should have a zero-tolerance policy. There's no reason why anybody should put up with that. If you're hitting people and touching people in school, like, we had a school where there were plenty of gangs there. There were, like, plenty of people that were, like, a lot of them are in jail now. And everybody got along. There's no reason that somebody has to be violent. They already do? Yeah.
We'll give all parents the right to choose another school for their children if they want. It's called school choice. Eighth, we will ensure students have access to project-based learning experiences inside the classroom to help train them for meaningful work outside the classroom.
This is a really big component. Self-defense. Well, yeah, of course, that's different. Like, obviously, it's different. Self-defense. But it's not even a question, right? But I'm not talking about that. So meaningful is the key. Yeah, I think this is a huge W. I'm not like, if I had a kid, I would never send my kid to private school. Absolutely not. Because I think that being in public school is like a very important socialization tool, and it allows you to understand and deal with people that aren't like you. And I think that's like one of the most valuable, like, I think I learned a lot in high school, but I didn't learn anything in the actual classroom, if that makes sense. So, like, I would want to prepare my kid to be able to deal with the people in his community, right? And those are going to be the people that are rich, the people that are poor, the people that are stupid, the people that are coming from every other, walk of life. So, personally, I'm very much a public school enjoyer. I think it was a great experience for me, all my friends, and I would want to have that happen. But, of course, it's individual people's choices. I think that what he's saying about having meaningful exercises and meaningful curriculum in schools is really important. I think one of the big issues, and this especially happens in like the second half of high school, is that a lot of what kids learn are things that they're never going to use. Like, I would say about 99% of everything that you learn in Algebra 2, you will never learn beyond Algebra 2. And you'll never use beyond Algebra 2. Unless you're like working in a specific field. So the problem is that, how many of you guys remember your locker combination from high school? No one, right? The reason why is because you're not readily using that information. If you teach kids a bunch of stuff that they're not going to use regularly, they will forget the information, and it will be just as if you've never taught it to them at all. They're not going to remember any of this stuff. They're going to immediately forget it because it's not relevant to them, and they're going to forget how to do it. Yeah, use it or you lose it.
Ninth, we will strive to give all students access to internships and work experiences.
That's huge. That's crazy. Holy shit. I know my high school is trying to do more of this too, because like they had like more of a focus on like doing trade school type stuff. And this is it's massive. I did my locker. Yeah, sure. It's not going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen or not. Like, if you think that Trump is a bullshitter and he's lying and none of this stuff is happening, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not going to fight with you about this.
That can set them on a path to their first job.
Yeah.
They're going to be very, very successful. I want them to be more successful than Trump. Let them go out and be more successful. I will be the happiest person in the world.
Yeah.
But we want our children to have a great life and be successful. And 10th, we will ensure that all schools provide excellent...
Yeah, I think that's a huge component. Like, having kids be able to get jobs immediately out of school is like super, super important. And I think also like there's a big issue like in high school. How many of you guys were fed the mantra or like the ideology of, if you don't go to college, you kind of didn't make it? Like, you kind of fucked up. Me, right? Everybody. And so, like, is that really true? No, it's not really true. Like, there's plenty of guys that didn't go to college and they own a plumbing company and they make $600,000 a year. Now, that's also a minority, but it's a minority of anybody making $600,000 a year, right? Let's be honest. And also, they don't have a massive amount of student loan debt. So, like, I think there's a very big issue where kids in school are taught that going to college is like the only way to be successful in a way that's respected by society. And I think that if high schools spent more time like teaching kids trades, like for me, for example, like what did I want to do like after school? I wanted to do computer repair. Well, I actually didn't want to have a job. I wanted to live off the government and play video games all day. But my second best thing would be doing computer repair. So like whenever I was in school, every year I took computer maintenance. And I would go around the school fixing computers, doing repairs, and, like basically making sure that all of the computers in the school run well. And I even taught like the younger kids, like, the kids that are like a grade under me whenever I was a senior, and, people that were grade ahead of me when I was a junior and sophomore, they taught me, right? Like that's the way it works. And so anyway, all of this happened is that like by the time that was finished, a lot of my friends now, like that were in that class, they almost all got tech jobs and they have good jobs now. They have great jobs. And so like, and we got certifications and like all of that stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, it was literally asking me, well, of course I had to teach people, right? I mean, that's your responsibility. And so anyway, there were some times, bro, like, oh God, this is a bit of a tangent. So one time, like about like 60% of every single computer problem happened in the special ed room. And so I spent an entire day trying to fix a PC and I couldn't fix it. I spent the entire like 2 hours of like the class period trying to fix this PC. I come back the next day with 3 of the younger kids, like not younger, they're like a grade under me. And I'm like, yeah, guys, I don't know what it is. I walk into the room, the router was unplugged. And I was like, guys, wait out there. And I'm like, I plug it in and I see it where I'm son of a bitch. Yeah, teacher, he just called me on the phone. He said that y'all need to go get some keyboards. And yeah, just real quick, y'all need to get some keyboards and then come back and then it'll be good. Because I would always tell them, the thing is, like, I had this thing I would tell them. I said, you have to think outside the box, which means, like, make sure all the cables are connected. And I would tell the kids this. And then the motherfucker's unplugged. And I knew, right, because everybody here was a young guy. So, like, if they saw that I didn't do that, bro, they would have, like, that would have been it for me. I would have been done. And they come back later, and they're like 5 minutes later, they're like, yeah, he said he didn't call you. I was like, oh, it must have been like somebody else. And they're like, okay. I'm like, well, what's going on? Like, oh, I fixed it. They're like, what'd you do? I was like, oh, I went into the BIOS and I had to re-register the command prompt system. And then I had to release and, you know, confirm a new IP address. And then after I did that, you know, the computer worked just like, you know, just like it's supposed to. They're like, wow, really? I said, yeah, you know, it is what it is. And they're like, that's crazy. I'm like, yeah, all right, let's go back. Let's go back to class, guys. We're done. And I felt like such a fucking retard, man. That was it. So, like, I learned a lot in that class, right? We learned a lot. And a lot of my friends in that class, even the ones that were like a grade under us, even they got jobs in tech. Even they got jobs in computer repair. And so, like, why can't you have that for welding? Why can't you have that for carpentry? Why can't you have that for other things that aren't computers? So that's it. 2 minutes and 45 minutes? Yeah, exactly, right? Watch your name, maybe. And you got into the mainframe. I would have called you out. Yeah, but you didn't. So they knew less than I. They didn't know shit. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, a lot of them, like the grade under me, they were so dumb. They didn't know anything. Like, I don't know how any of the computers worked the year after I left. And so, yeah, some high schools have it. Yeah, my high school now has a lot more of it, and it's a good thing. But yeah, like teaching kids how to have like actual like. And here's another component to it as well. It's a way to give kids a degree of ownership and a degree of responsibility. I think a very big problem is that kids are never given any responsibility outside of like, you know, you have to turn in your homework. And so if you have a kid responsible and in charge of things that are important, even at an early age, it teaches them like basically me fucking that up when I'm 17, way less damage than if I fuck it up whenever I'm 27. So that's the thing. It provides a safe space for people to fuck up in.
Jobs and career counseling so that high school and college students can get a head start on jobs and careers best suited to their God-given talents. This is how we will ensure a great education for every American child. And one other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states. We want them.
By the way, I don't agree with this. I don't think this is a good decision. I think you should reform the Department of Education rather than get rid of it. Imagine, like, you know, 10 years later, it's like the Civil War. Oh, you mean the War of Northern Aggression? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
To run the education of our children.
What?
Because they'll do a much better job of it.
You don't know.
You can't do worse.
You don't know.
We
You
spend
ain't from the
more
South.
money per pupil by 3 times than any other nation.
What a waste.
And yet we're absolutely at the bottom. We're one of the worst. So you can't do worse. We're going to end education coming out of Washington, D.C. We're going to close it up, all those buildings all over the place, and you have people that in many cases hate our children. We're going to send it all back to the
kids.
States. Thank you very much.
They hate the kids? Holy shit! How can he be okay? He's only talking policy after he's elected. Why didn't he campaign on these very specific plans? It's a joke. Who's going to tell him? Why do you think he has a campaign advertisement at the end of the video? There's a lot that you can criticize him on. Why make shit up? Yeah, why even do that? You know, what's there to look forward to? Exactly, yeah, it's coming. Yeah, it's just going to keep getting worse. So yeah, of course you'd feel that way.
Multivariate regression analysis. But basically what happens is what causes people to kill themselves is they try to connect with others and they get rejected. So it's specifically a very specific research term called thwarted belongingness. So I try to belong to a group, and that group, or multiple groups usually, will thwart my attempts to join the tribe, to join the community. And this is what actually correlates a lot with suicidality. So what's going on with men right now is that we really don't allow them to suffer, you know, because then you're not manly. And we're so externalized with our attention that we're not connecting with ourselves. And so we're looking to other people to tell us what it means to be a man. But that may or may not work for you, right? That may have been what worked for them. So then we kind of get into this problem where we're disconnected from ourselves. And then, like, the world doesn't accept us. We're not allowed to suffer. And that's what creates the problem.
What is the remedy to this?
So I think the first thing is we must reconnect with ourselves, right? So when you're kind of saying, like, why does everyone think, oh, I need to, like, achieve this, I need to make this money and things like that. Where did you learn that you should do all that? You learned all that from the outside.
Instagram,
right? So we get fed all of these ideas because if you look at all these influencers, what are they doing? They're never crying. They're smiling. Some of them will even pay.
Well, whenever they are crying, people hate them for it. Because as an influencer, you're not a person, you're a product. You're an object, you're like a thing. And the moment that you try to be seen as a person is the moment you stop being an influencer at that point. Because people aren't going to see you as a person. You're a thing, you're a commodity. You're an entity, you're a consumable item. It's like a can of soda. That's it. Is this how you view yourself? It is. And I think that as soon as I started viewing myself that way, my relationship with streaming improved a lot. That's why I stream every single day now. And I stream for multiple hours. And I do I'm making more content now than I ever have. It's because I stopped trying to be a person and I just started being what I started just like creating good content, like making things, or at least what I think is good content, what I think is interesting. Is I started focusing on that rather than, you know, getting my own emotions and feelings about it. Like and this is something that I've learned over the years, is that there's never been something that, like, the way that I felt about something emotionally with, like, my stream ever made, like, my life better in any way, ever. You have to separate the two? Oh, yeah, it's always good to have a good separation. And I see streamers that, do you think men take life too seriously? I do. I think that so many people, like, I've known a lot of people like this in my life, that they're so worried about missing out on life. They're so worried about, like, oh my God, I'm not going to be able to do this. I'm not going to do that. And they're so stressed out about that. And for me, like, I feel like I had a lot of things that I was hoping to have happen for me in my life that didn't happen. And it happened so much that it made me realize that I can never actually live the life that, like, you know, the perfect life. And so I just stopped trying to do that entirely.
Very attractive women to take pictures with them.
Well, some of them are crying, but they're crying and uploading it for ulterior motives, right?
Absolutely.
They definitely
and I think a lot of them are genuinely suffering too. But then it's...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Somebody in chat brought up this is an older viewer. Yeah, you remember this. So Remember whenever some of the OGs turned on you the moment you spoke about pink sparkles, do you think that affected the reason to be less personal on stream in regards to the subject? Well, here's the thing, is that there is no fucking chance that any girl would want to be in like a public relationship with me unless she was fucking crazy. And to be honest, actually just me in general. It's like I say I only date crazy girls because the only girls that would date me are crazy. And that's a fucking fact. But the truth is that yes, whenever I started dating this girl, holy fuck, people went absolutely insane about this. They were so mad about it. And crazy girls, exactly. And anyway, me being less personal about it, not necessarily. I just like, it was that bad. It was. People absolutely hated her. And then like the problem is that then she was getting a lot of hate and then she'd be mad at me. And it's like, yeah, of course, because it's from my community. Yeah, it was really, really bad. It was awful. I'm not sure she seemed chill. Yeah, that's because you're not the people that like, whenever I brought her on my stream, tons of people stopped watching and they were really mad about it. They were like, I can't believe you would talk to her. Like, this is wrong. Like, she's just using you. Like, and yeah, they were really, really mad. And I guarantee you, if I ever get a girlfriend again and she's on stream, people are going to say the same thing. And there will be people that will stop watching me because of that. What the fuck? No, it's just the way it is. You get mad about it. That's just the way it is. Why? Why is because they have a personal relationship with you. And I think also a lot of guys, if it's a hot girl, they're going to get jealous. And so then they're like, well, he shouldn't have that girl. That's not fair. I hate him now. It's really easy. It's super easy to do that. It's parasocial. Yeah, definitely. They think that you're betraying the incels. Of course, right? It's parasocial stuff. Well, that's the way it is. Was this recently or years ago? Both. It happens all the time.
It's also like, I mean, there's all kinds of weird stuff going on. So one thing is like people say that we don't allow men to be emotional. Nowadays,
yeah,
but people say, oh, men are allowed to cry.
No, they're not.
This is something that I experienced even in my marriage, where we allow men to cry, but we don't allow men to be angry. But why is it, are men no longer allowed to be angry? You just think about it for a second. So
I wonder
anger
why.
is just a completely normal emotion, right? But if I'm in a situation where I'm in an argument with my wife, and I feel emotion A, and I express emotion A, and she feels emotion B, and she expresses emotion B, these two things should be equal, right? We as both human beings get to express what we feel. Now, in the case of me expressing anger and her expressing sadness, she's crying and I'm yelling. Suddenly, I've become a villain.
It's so interesting. I saw a viral tweet yesterday. It was someone Googling.
Yeah, for me, like, I'm kind of a weird guy. And you can ask any girl that I've ever talked to or anything like that. I have never yelled at another person in my life. Outside of, like, in a video game raid or something like that. And even that is in, like, a video game, right? So, like, I'm talking about, like, it personally. Like, I've never yelled at another person. I just, why not? Because the reason why not, actually, is because if I get really mad at someone, I will want to kill them. And I don't have, like, an off switch for, like, my emotions. So I keep myself, like, really, really low. That's the real reason. Is, like, if I get really, really angry, that's the way that I'll feel. And so I just try not to feel that way. Rosie's red? Yeah, I get really, really mad. And so that's why I stopped doing that. And I realized that whenever I was like a little kid too. And so that's the real reason. Fair? Yeah, no, that's actually it.
Is yelling at me, what should I do?
Mm-hmm.
And then my husband is yelling at me, what should I do?
Right.
When they Googled, my husband is yelling at me, what should I do? Domestic violence helpline comes up as like a Google
yeah. I've seen this.
Pop-up. When you Google, my wife is yelling at me, what should I do? Nothing comes up.
Yeah.
Because
well, and also like another big reason for this is because if you look at deaths and domestic violence, it's like probably 90% women that are getting killed. Like, there are women, a lot of women initiate domestic violence, but way more men finish it. Way more men finish it. That's just the way it is. It's because men are bigger and stronger. That's the way it is.
As you said, in the case of villainization, I know that most domestic violence comes from men, but it's interesting that we see the emotion, we interpret the emotions entirely differently because of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. So we as a society will say like, oh, men need to be in touch with their emotions, but not anger. And then this is what really screws men, because as men, we are socialized and conditioned to only feel anger. This is the only emotion you're allowed to feel as a man growing up. And this is the one emotion that gets demonized when you're older. So I'll give you a simple example. So like I used to get bullied a lot, right? So when I get bullied in school, like what am I supposed to do, Stephen?
In school, well, it depends if you can fight back.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right? It's fighting back. Like you didn't say talk to the teacher. You didn't say ask for help. You didn't say cry about it, because if I cry about it, what's going to happen, Stephen?
You're going to get bullied more.
Absolutely. So we turn every emotion. So men experience anger as something called an umbrella emotion. We literally suppress and are conditioned to suppress all other emotions except for anger. And then if you talk to men about their experience of life, anger is always the first thing that comes out of their mouth.
Yeah, for me, growing up, I was taught very much, don't get mad. Don't yell at people. Don't act this way at all. Like, for me, that was the case. Like, yeah, it was don't act like anything, right? If you get upset or anything like that, it's a very bad thing to have happen. Don't get mad, get even. Yeah. That's basically what I was taught growing up. Exactly. Did you ever throw your skateboard? Yep. Absolutely. I threw it at other people even too. At the park. Yep.
Someone breaks up with you. How do you feel about it? Do you feel ashamed? No, that's not what we say. I feel pissed off. How could she do this to me? And then we vent that anger on the internet, and then this turns into misogyny, right? And then we get demonized for it. And it's not that there isn't, we should be harshly judged if we act on those kinds of emotions. I'm not saying that that's the case. But what we also need to consider is that the men who are saying these kinds of toxic things are saying that for a reason. This is because of their upbringing. This is because of the world that they lived in, right? So we're conditioned to
I think Dr. K brings up a really good point, and it's because like guys can't really have any sort of they can't really have any sort of like outlet for these emotions, and if they do have the outlet, everybody hates them for it. I think that's what happens more than anything else. I've destroyed everything I ever bumped against my head, rip every cupboard ever. Oh yeah, I've broken tons of stuff too. It's been fine. Didn't touch on a cheating. If a guy's pissed because a girl's cheating on him, then he's the reason. Well, I think also the issue is that, like, I think that a lot of times, like, girls will defend other girls for things that they shouldn't be defending, and they'll try to, like, see it from the other perspective. And I see this happen with, like, guys as well. It's like, you know, whenever Chris Brown beat the shit out of Rihanna, they're like, yeah, but what did she say to him? It's like, stop it. Stop it. Fucking stop it. What do you mean? What did she say to him? Yeah, she started it. No, I don't want to hear that. And it's crazy the way that people would do this. And I think it's just so insanely fucking toxic too.
Only experience anger. Even sadness gets turned into anger. Shame gets turned into anger. Fear gets turned into anger. Right? So if I'm afraid of something happening, what do I need? I need to man up. Get angry, right? Like, let's go, son. Let's go.
Yeah,
this is the emotion that we tap into to overcome fear. So we don't feel any of those other emotions, and we're left only feeling anger.
At the very heart of aggression.
And the thing is that, like, whenever you act on that, everybody hates you for it too. Like, this is the thing. And I've had this experience happen myself. Like, I remember one time we were playing baseball, and the person who was like pitching the baseball was talking shit to me. They were making me mad. And so I was actually pretty good at it. And so I hit the ball directly at their face. And bro, like, there was blood on their face. Like, I was like 7 or 8 years old at the time. I hit them, and I was like, bro, whenever I hit them, I was so fucking happy. I was like, yes, I got him, right? And then everybody was like, you're fucking, like, how did you do this? How could you do this? You're such a bad person. And nobody liked me after that. Couldn't do that twice? Well, I did it once. That was enough. Yeah. And so if you act on these emotions, people won't like you even more. That's it. Laughed at Harry. It was a good one. Yeah, dang. Did you like yourself? Well, yeah, of course. So yeah, you can never act on the if you act on your emotions, it is, in my opinion, 9 times out of 10 a bad idea. 9 times out of 10, always a bad idea. You hit him in pace on purpose? Yeah, of course. Duh. Where else would you want to hit him?
I had someone say to me once that at the very heart of aggression is some kind of insecurity. Mm-hmm. But for men, when they encounter that insecurity, they only know how to sort of manifest it as aggression.
So I wouldn't agree with the first thing, that at the heart of all anger is insecurity, but I would absolutely agree with the second thing, that the only way we know how to respond is with anger. Because
here's the exact quote, just found it. The source of aggression is insecurity. As we are unconsciously aware that our position in life is never secure, people feel increasingly insecure and helpless, so they will be increasingly aggressive and confrontational at a personal and a social level.
So let's tunnel down into that.
I think that's true.
Okay, so I think that is true on some level, but also I would disagree. So the first thing is that we have parts of our brain, even animals feel anger. But I think that, like, when 2 dogs are fighting over territory, I don't think that that's born of some kind of identity of insecurity, right? So if we really look at, like, the evolutionary purpose of anger, this is my opinion, is that anger is the emotion that we feel to protect our territory. It's a protective emotion. So if I slap you across the face, what's the first thing that you're going to feel? It's going to be anger. So if I insult you, you're going to feel angry. It's fascinating the way that it works. So anger causes our thoughts.
I do feel like most people are angry at someone who, like, poses a threat to them in one way or another. I do think insecurity comes from a lot of the places of, like, being angry. Yeah, even a dog would be insecure of its territory.
Be faster. Anger causes our peripheral vision to collapse to 30 degrees. So I only see what's in front of me. And it also makes me less sensitive to pain. So, like, my nociceptors will actually, like, start to be suppressed when I feel angry, right? So if I get into a fight, I'm going to feel it tomorrow, but, like, while I'm getting hit, I'm not going to feel it. So I don't think it's born of all insecurity. I think anger is simply an evolutionary response. It's something that we experience to protect ourselves. That's why we feel angry, right? So if I attack baby bear, mama bear is going to come out angry. So it's really a protective emotion. Now, I agree with the second part of the statement 100%, that when we feel insecure, especially as men, the only way we are taught to deal with our problems is through anger, right? So if I'm feeling insecure, if I'm feeling ashamed of myself, if someone's bullying me, what do I do?
Yeah, for me growing up, this was not an option. Like, this was not the case with me. Like, because I would get, bro, like the only way I could get mad and it was okay is if I could maybe throw my controller around or, you know, like, hit my keyboard. That was it. Anything more than that was not allowed.
Put them in their place, right? I don't try to make peace. I don't complain to someone because no one's going to take me seriously, right? I have to stand up for myself.
So we've got the first point there about how we remedy this challenge, which is about self-expression, more self-expression. That's what I heard.
Not self-expression, introspection.
Introspection, getting to know ourselves.
Right? So it's very simple. So if you look at your idea of what it means to be a man, what percentage of that idea comes outside of you? And what percentage of that idea comes from within you?
About 90% comes from outside of me.
And that's why 90% of people, we're 90% fucked. Right? So, and if you look, and I'm sure you know this, and you've probably done this too, if you look at where is the goodness in your life, where does it come from, Stephen? It doesn't come from what other people have told you. They may have told you something, but then you looked within yourself and then you found that to be true.
Usually comes from Chipotle for me. That's, I would say, most of the time, or maybe McDonald's. But yeah, I mean, sometimes other people can say something nice too. Sure. That happens.
The goodness in you, the motivation, the really good motivation in you, not chasing things, but the duty that you have, you know, everything that you really strive for, all that good stuff comes from inside you. And the problem is that we live in a world that pulls our attention away from ourselves.
Is that it? Yeah, that's it.
If you love the Diary of a CEO brand and you watch this channel, please do me a huge favor. Become part of the 15% of the viewers on this channel that have hit the subscribe button. It helps us tremendously, and the bigger the channel gets, the bigger the guests.
Yeah, it's actually that's 15% is pretty good. I'll go ahead and link you guys the video. Yeah, I wanted to watch this. I thought it was kind of interesting, and it got recommended to me kind of randomly, and I figured I would talk about it because I think there's a lot of people that feel that way too. Interesting conversation. Yeah, 15% is very good. It is. I would say so. Recommend you a full podcast off stream. It's awesome. Yeah, this is a great little podcast. Diary of a CEO clips. Which percentage of people watch your YouTube or subbed? I have no idea. I don't. If you want me to be honest, I don't even look at my analytics. I don't look at my analytics. I just look at like how many people, what people think about the video. They like it? Okay, cool. And that's about it. Yeah, you unliked? Oh, I did. I didn't realize that. Yeah, there we go. Generally, that's the case. External motives won't last forever. Internal ones are more consistent and are a better driving force through hard times. For me, I just, I try to not think about the way that I feel as much as I can. And I just kind of try to act and like just do things. And then generally, I found that like the more that I sit around and like think about how I feel about a situation, the worse I will feel. Like things will just be worse. It's not like there's never going to be a point where like I can think about this enough to where like, okay, finally I'm happy. Can you vent to people in your personal life? I never do. I never do. Outside of like very surface level things, like, you know, there's a lot of stuff I'm dealing with. It's kind of annoying. I'm stressed out. Like other than that, no. Never. The Asmongold drama.
Today, we have quite the debate and news to discuss involving MMO Ashes of Creation, which is still in its Alpha 2 phase, and Asmongold. Apologies in advance as I've been very sick this past week and lost my voice, so I might sound a little different and audio may not be as good. But anyways, I was originally uploading this video titled Ashes of Creation is not a gank box. This video was to highlight the reality of how penalizing corruption and non-consensual PvP is, despite the pre-alpha 2 notion that the game was going to be a gank box in which you'd constantly be killed and or griefed via open world PvP. But the timing of this video could not have been worse, and thus here I am re-recording it. Why, may you ask? Well, Asmongold finally logged into Ashes of Creation's Alpha 2 test here on the game's third weekend, and well, it went something like this.
I'm in. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yo, what's up, boys? Wait. This guy's how does this guy attack me? Wait, I'm getting killed. Oh my god.
Yeah. This went on for a bit too.
I survived. Okay.
What did you do?
I mean, just look at me. So what do I even need to do here? It's gonna be too bright. It looks okay to me.
And watch, bro. So this is whenever somebody one-shot me, right?
Oh, bro, what a dick sucker. I never even saw him.
Shot me, right?
Oh, bro, what a dick sucker. I never even saw him. What a little rat. Oh, somebody killed me. Oh, shit.
And then he went behind the rock.
Oh, somebody killed me. Oh,
and
shit. What a little rat. Oh, somebody killed me. Oh, shit.
And then he went behind the rock. You see this shit? Oh god. How'd they do it to me?
They killed me. Oh shit. Wait, I died.
XP dead.
Oh shit, I lost experience too.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, well. All right. All right. I think this is gonna have to be a game that I'm gonna have to play off stream. Yeah. I can't do this. Like, yeah, sorry. Like, it's unplayable. It is. It's unplayable. As funny as it is, I can't do anything. I mean, yeah, and I know, like, what will happen is that if I level up, there's just going to be people that are a higher level that are going to do the same thing, right? Of course. Because it's just... Of course. Yeah. You play on stream with organized bodyguards? Ooh. Ooh, dead again. Okay, XP dead. Ooh, it's the same guy! Ooh, it's the same guy! Okay, I'm dead again. All right, so... Wow! And then I got experience and I lost experience. Okay. All right. Like, just like spammed and like attacked and everything. So... I just like, cause... Uh-oh.
Oh, God.
Uh-oh. Turn PvP off? I can't. It gets old really fast, and there's also like people following me around, and then it's gonna create a lot of drama when I'm like, when other people get banned for me, like, for attacking me, and they're gonna be like, oh, well, that's not fair, it's preferential treatment, and it's just gonna create a lot of like tension and drama, and I just kind of don't want to. Okay. Okay, it's just gonna, I just don't want to deal with it, right?
Now, this has since bred a lot of discussion and debate around the Ashes of Creation community and perhaps the broader MMO community. I happened to be online when all this drama, if you will, was occurring. And from the system messages posted by Steven, I just knew what was going on.
Yeah.
People were flooding to Asmongold's location. Zone chat.
Leave the bald one alone. What a surprise. They knew it was about me.
Was
Isn't
filled
that
with
nice?
anger and debate as people argued about whether or not it was okay for them to grieve Asmongold as he loaded into the starter zone. Was it okay to just kill him as soon as he loads into the game? For those of you not aware, Ashes of Creation does have open world PvP,
It
and
does.
that's what this video was originally going to focus on. There is a somewhat intricate corruption system that balances this capability of non-consensual PvP by punishing the person doing the killing,
of course.
assuming the other player did not flag up / attack back or consent to this, right? I won't go too much into detail with this as I've done so in too many videos, but Intrepid Studios, developer of this MMO, has made a lot of progress in balancing this corruption system to the point it is extremely detrimental for you to go corrupted, and it is very seldom seen. In fact, just days ago, we received a patch updating the corruption system to be even more harsh and get rid of some of those workarounds that players were using.
That's a lot.
Not only do you drop up to 3 pieces of gear, incur what seems to be increased XP debt, have reduced combat efficacy, but now you also have a movement speed reduction, and you have this new Blight debuff. Here is Steven explaining the Blight debuff on Pirate Software stream recently.
Blight is essentially a cumulative PK score that gets kept track of as a stat on your character. And even if you have no corruption, but you killed 30 people over the last 5 days and you worked off that corruption, your 31st kill will accrue much faster corruption, and so will your 32nd and 33rd, regardless of your corruption states. So that is intended to help kind of curtail the amount of corruption that's happening. Now, there will be a religious-based quest that through the investment of resources and time, players can reduce that cumulative score to bring themselves back down.
So somebody says in chat, why not just disable the feature to PvP unflagged players? Weird. There's a lot of people that like the idea of being able to kill other players non-consensually. My opinion on this is that any game that allows you to have non-consensual PvP will cannibalize itself, and it will never be a mainstream game. There will always be people that like those games and people that play them, but you basically make the ceiling for your game extremely low. This dipshits? No, I'm just saying, right? And so, like, bit wrong, Lineage 2? Well, I think that's my point, right? Yeah, that's exactly my point. Low? Yeah. It's not going to have, like, the same player base size as, like, World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14. I'll take Elden Ring, the Souls games. That's not even worth responding to. Let's move on. Anyway, so basically what I'm saying is that any game that has non-consensual PvP, because you think about it, right? A game that has non-consensual PvP, this would only logically affect people that don't want to PvP, or people that want to kill other people that don't want to PvP. And you think about, like, what kind of a person wants to go after and enable themselves to kill people that don't want to be killed. Well, somebody who wants to negatively impact the game experience of those other players in a obstructive way. Their goal is for that other player to have a bad time.
So as I mentioned, there was a lot of debate and semantics as a result of the Asmongold drama.
Oh,
was
yeah.
Steven showing preferential treatment? Is this not a PvP-focused MMO, and thus people should be allowed to kill Asmongold if they...
That's why I stopped playing. Is because I knew this was going to happen and it was going to create drama. I just don't want to deal with it.
want to? There was a lot of discussion on this, and GMs even disabled PvP on our server as a result of the Asmon killings.
Yeah.
Though it was too late and he had already given up on attempting to have a normal experience.
Well, it's also that I understand that this is a very contentious issue for the MMO community, and I could see it being interpreted badly with, like, hardcore players that streamers could get preferential treatment. Now, I'm not... And also, by the way, I don't think that I am. I think that if people are, like, constantly running after me and killing me nonstop because they're watching me on my stream and triangulating my location, this is clearly out-of-game behavior, and it's griefing at a certain point. So I actually do think that they should get in trouble for it, but I also acknowledge that this will not be how average people will see it. And it will cause a lot of discord and drama, and it will be bad for the game as a whole.
Personally believe there is a difference between PvP and griefing. There is a difference between PvP and stream sniping. There is a difference between PvP and harassment. Steven went as far as to even ban some of the individuals.
Here's the thing. People that want non-consensual PvP want to harass. They want to grief. That's why they want it to be non-consensual. That's the whole point.
For the repeated attacks on Asmon
How would
during
I
this
know
time.
this?
Yeah. So I have said many times in the past that our stance on griefing will always be it's an actionable offense. And to be fair, the players that I banned yesterday are players who I gave 3 separate warnings to stop griefing this brand new logged in player. That isn't preferential treatment. I don't care if it was Asmongold or Joe Schmo off the side of the street. If it's a new player trying to learn the game, you going and harassing and killing that person for no political motivation, for no opportunity cost, for no scarcity of resources, all the reasons why PvP should exist, you are doing it for opposite of that. You are doing it to harass a person off of the server. By all means, go find a different community. That is not our intent, and you are exploiting our systems.
Good. Hell yeah. No, I 100% agree with that.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for something like this to actually happen. I'll be very surprised if this actually works, because every game that has non-consensual PvP, the entire reason why people want it is to do that exact thing. Like, my personal opinion is that I can't really see a reason why you would have non-consensual PvP besides griefing.
That's rad as hell, man.
Our server is already home to a couple of streamers, and people express dissatisfaction with another streamer in Asmongold arriving as well. However, this is something Asmund is used to. He loads into a game and there's players swarming all around him,
sure
wanting
are.
to be seen on screen, wanting some sort of acknowledgement from Asmund Gold the Bald.
Yeah.
The difference with this MMO is that PvP is essentially always on. No matter what side you are on in this debate, I think it's fair to say that Asmongold has a lot of influence, and the targeted griefing of Asmongold caused a huge loss of potentially good marketing for the game. An AOC video by Asmongold.
Well, to be fair, obviously that's true. And this is another reason why these games don't go anywhere, is because games that focus on having, like this type of PvP, a lot of people like killing streamers and content creators because they don't like the fact that streamers and content creators exist. They don't like them. So they're going to do that, and that's why you see a lot of these games fall apart. The reason why a lot of companies pay streamers to play games is because paying streamers to play games helps the games. So, like, if you have people that are going to play your game that get run off by the community, you are effectively losing money.
Gets much more views than any video a dedicated AOC content creator like myself, Narc, or others, or even the official AOC YouTube channel itself will
A lot
get.
of people watch
I
videos,
agree
yeah,
with
true.
Asmongold in that he should not get preferential treatment, but I also agree he deserves to have a normal experience and see this MMO for himself.
My actual position on this is that people that are hunting me down, watching my stream to triangulate my location, and then killing me because I'm a streamer, I think that that is preferential treatment. Fundamentally it is, right? Because I'm being treated differently in game because of something that's out of game. So I think that really banning people and like getting rid of people that are doing that is actually making sure that I don't get preferential treatment, making sure that I can have a normal, authentic experience playing the game. So like that's my actual opinion, but I understand that there's a lot of people in the MMO community that they don't want that. Like whether that's the right opinion or not, that they don't want that opinion. Nobody will see it that way. Exactly.
Video
like I already
by
went through this with
Asmongold
Classic
portraying
WoW.
the game as an insufferable gank box is enough to cost Intrepid a lot of money and potential revenue, whilst also diminishing its reputation. And even if you don't care about that, if you enjoy this game and want to see it succeed in such a stale MMO genre, then surely you must realize that griefing Asmongold on stream will inevitably just cause the population of this Alpha 2 test to slowly drop and or fail to bring in.
I think that I'm being used too much as an example here. The fact is that if it can happen to me, it will happen to other players too, because being able to do it is funny. It's literally that simple. It's funny to be able to kill somebody over and over and so they can't play the game. Yeah, so like it might happen to me first, but it's going to also happen to other new players. Like I'm basically I'm the test, right? I am the alpha test. Yeah, exactly. Streamer, what's this here? Streamer players especially. Well, yeah, of course. You have a lot of influence, but definitely you're a good example of this, so people take a notice of. Yeah, if you know that you can shut somebody else, basically, for a lot of griefers and gankers, the biggest reward is to make somebody stop playing the game. And when you think about that on just a fundamental level, is this a good thing that you want to have for your game? Where like you have an entire contingency of your player base that their main goal is to stop people from playing it? No, I don't really think so. So, and how do I know this? I used to do it. That's how I know. And so like, of course that's what's going to happen.
Less viewers than it would have if you did not provide such negative publicity. And even if you don't care about that, if you enjoy this game and want to see it succeed in such a stale MMO genre, then you must realize that griefing Asmon on stream will inevitably just cause the population of this Alpha 2 test to slowly drop and or fail.
It's a net negative when streamers leave a game. It definitely is.
While it brings in less viewers than it would have had without the negative publicity. What Asmongold experienced is a one-off and different from the experience that you or I had. However, I want to keep this as fair and as balanced of an outlook as I can. How much of this is on the development team? I'm sure you're asking. On one hand, they are in an early alpha phase focused on testing networking and performance with limited systems and content available. On the other hand, the new player experience is very important for first impressions. We recently saw this with Soda Poppin's Rage Quit, and I know for a fact that players were griefing lobies at the starting area during the NDA pre-alpha 2 testing. So why has the PvP suppression zone still not been implemented to at least the Lionhold area or even the starter room?
It's because they don't have it ready yet. It was like some like programming thing. I think Steven messaged me about it. Like there's no philosophical reason. It's just that it wasn't set up.
Hopefully actually coming soon, but should have been implemented as the larger public starts to get their first look at Vera through the lens of the Asmongold's of the world.
Yeah, sure.
Either way,
He's
I
right.
just wanted to stress that the developers over at Intrepid Studios have done a good job to ensure this game is not a gank box by making corruption extremely penalizing. So I hope that the Asmongold outlier isn't taken as the evidence that the game is indeed a gank box. And for those of you that didn't know, Steven was actually trying to teleport Asmongold away from the area, but their system was just like kind of bugging out. I've watched
so many
feedback
people
from other content creators on Ashes of Creation, even the feedback of some large creators who claimed you wouldn't like Ashes of Creation and that it will be a gank box. But they did not experience anything of the sort. I'd like you all to leave your comments below and let me know your take on all this. If you enjoyed the video, please click the like button as it helps others to find it. If you're new, please consider subscribing
really
for
nice.
more Ashes of Creation content. And if you're a tank enjoyer, make sure you click the video on screen. Thank you so much for watching. It's been nice.
Good one. So yeah, I think, yeah, good video. Yeah, I think so too. It's a pretty fair, measured out video. And to me, the reason why I kind of stepped away from it is because I knew the discord and trouble it was going to create. Just not a fan of the forced PvP. I don't think that many people are fans of forced PvP. And the only people that really are usually people that want to take advantage of it and use it to harass people. So yeah, griefing level play is the fastest way to kill a game. There's absolutely no reason PvP should be enabled in the starting zone. PvP immune in the small starting zones. I think that if you have a game where PvP is non-consensual, you will eventually have people quit the game because of that. Because there's a lot of casual players that want to make progress over time. And when you only have, like, let's say an hour to play the game, if 20 minutes of that time is spent getting ganked, a third of the time that you were going to play the game has been taken away from you. And so this actually affects casual players much worse than it affects other random players. And I think that's one of the biggest issues that a lot of people might not really seem to realize, but it is massively problematic. People will not do this. Corruption is way worse than you think. You'll lose your entire investment if you gank people. Only the most desperate will. I think that what people will probably do is they will probably have, like, one thing that I know about MMO systems like this is that there are people who are unemployed and they will make it their job to make this system work at their advantage. If you can do anything that can negatively affect another player, you should not expect that it can happen. You should expect that it will happen. And it will happen as much as it possibly can. Because the power fantasy of being able to affect another player's experience like that is very compelling to gankers and people like that. Somebody is going to do it. Other players should be able to gank you, but you should that should directly and immediately give you so much experience it makes you stronger so that they can't do it again. No, because then people just exploit that. So yeah, they'll make a grief account and funnel it gear. People will grief almost no matter what the consequences are. Yeah, exactly. If they make it so onerous to do, why even make it a mechanism? I don't know. And so ganking low levels is just a childish thing to do and allow. You can say whatever you want about doing it, and you can say, like, whether it's bad or not. But I'll link you guys the guy's video. This is a pretty good video. I think it was fair and definitely accurate. Permaban deserved not preferential treatment, but sensible treatment. Stupid thing is alpha is not pay to play. Why would you try to harm the success of the game? I think a lot of people are going to see it that way. And overall, I just don't want to deal with, like, a bunch of drama and pressure. And the PvPers won't play because they want to grief casuals, not actually fight good players, so they'll quit too. It's a cycle. Yeah, you're right about that. Just make a PvP server. I think that I think they should do what they think is best for the game. Whatever they think is best for the game, that's what they should do. And so I feel like, yeah, it's literally that simple. Let me read a few more of these. Also, you just paid $150, key to Grief Asmon. I think that's probably people are just playing the game, and it just was convenient for them, right? So, yeah. Incentivize internal policing, give rewards for killing people with corruption. There will always be an incentive to kill streamers and to harass streamers. And that incentive will probably offset any in-game reward. That's really what happens. That will not work. Yeah, it's people just like doing that. They just need to fix the starting areas. I think the first thing to do is fix the starting areas. You're absolutely right. Yeah, bro, there are rewards. Yeah, exactly. Need guards or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, underestimate people's need to grieve regarding how much you'll punish them. Yeah, it's crazy why people want it. World PvP is super niche, and as much people want to say they want it, there's a reason why a game with millions of players decided to remove it completely. The vast majority don't like it. All it takes is being in the wrong place at the wrong time farming, maybe having a bad day, deciding that you want to kill somebody in your farm spot, and then that someone's guild has you on a kill on spot list. Good luck. Well, it's not even just that. It's like you try to do something in the game and you can't do it because people keep killing you. Well, it's like if you can't make progress in the game and you can't play the game the way you want because other people are like, you know, intentionally taking that ability away from you, yeah, people are going to be really mad about that. Absolutely. They're going to be super frustrated. The mayor system is also exploited. The whole social aspects are exploitation fests. Yeah, but it just matters like what the checks and balances on them are. I think that's the main thing. But yeah, I think that PvP, any world PvP system should have a toggle button where you can turn it on or off. That's really like any of them, right? Any game, if you have, I don't think that having non-consensual PvP makes a game better. I think that in almost every circumstance, it makes a game worse. There are some people that like those games. And so if you like those games, that's fine. However, you have to acknowledge that none of these games will ever hit the mainstream. They will always have niche audiences. And a lot of the games end up dying. Because the new players get killed by the older players because the older players want to be able to kill new players that are easy to kill. Wrong? EVE is the exception. EVE has been losing players for years, and it's massively unpopular. It's absolutely a niche game. It's a tiny game. What are we talking about? Mortal Online 2. Mortal Online 2, it has 1,000 people playing it. Guys, I'm not speaking about this. This isn't my opinion. This is a statistical reality. I'm not telling you I think this is bad. I'm telling you the data reflects that it's bad. Flag and Karma is the best system. You die with Karma, you drop your items. Yeah, maybe. But anyway, I've got to go record and get some shit done. But we'll be back on tomorrow. All right, boys. Peace. See ya. Of every single other one of these like websites totally went into the fucking shitter. And if you don't believe me, go on Google Trends, look up every single one of the different websites that was involved with Gamergate, look at their search results, look at their trending from 2014 to now. Literally 5% of where they were at. If that.
Past decade, they used to be upset about SJWs or social justice warriors, and now they've taken issue with a different acronym, DEI, diversity, equality, and inclusion, or just good old woke. But the sentiment from this group is the same. Games are for us, only for us, and if you want games to change or tell stories outside of the straightforward, male-oriented power fantasies that we grew up with, well, that's not allowed. We won't stand for it. In fact, we will try to aggressively harass you out of the space entirely.
Of course, because that's what you try to do to them. Of course they're going to do that. Because this is a defense mechanism. You're coming into their space and you're telling them this needs to change. You need to stop doing this. You need to do things the way that I want you to do them. Of course they're going to push you out. Who the fuck are you? Their space? It is. It's their space. Yes, if you come into somebody else's space, you come into a fan base of something and you immediately start complaining about it and you start saying, oh, well, this is bad, that's bad, I don't like this, I don't like that. At a certain point, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Yeah, go make your own space. Not everybody in the world is entitled. Like, you're not entitled to be accommodated by everybody. And I guarantee you, if you went into their space, that's what they'd say to you. If you don't like it, why the fuck are you here? Yes.
Unfortunately, the anti-woke campaigning has not let up much in the intervening months. Led by a coterie of the usual grifters, they have taken issue with, in no particular order, the fact that Aphrodite, the literal goddess of love, is not hot enough in Supergiant's Hades 2. That female...
I also want to say the word grifters is really being misused a lot here. So being a grifter is when you do something that is inauthentic for money or attention. I don't think that anybody who has these opinions is being inauthentic. And the reason why is that if you were grifting, it would be much more like profitable if you were able to push the agenda that's being held by the establishment. Siding with the establishment is always more beneficial in terms of money because you're going to get more sponsors, you're going to get more opportunities, you're going to get a lot of money. That's not true. I'm sure you understand making content better than I do. For sure. Thanks for your insight.
Characters in recent game trailers all have square jaws and masculine bodies. That journalists gave the recent PS5 game Stellar Blade bad reviews because its female characters were too hot. That too many games feature DEI haircuts, and that Ubisoft was somehow forced by shadowy forces of wokery to make the main character in its upcoming Assassin's Creed game a black samurai.
So this is another thing that a lot of people like to do, is they like to misrepresent what the problem is. And so the misrepresentation that's happening here is that it's the implication that Ubisoft is being forced into doing this by another company, which is like, it's basically you're creating a straw man to argue against that. Ubisoft invited the company in. Ubisoft wants them to do this. Ubisoft isn't being forced. They are actively cooperating with it, and they are wanting it to happen themselves. So it's easy to shift the argument slightly to make the people that you're arguing against sound ridiculous and stupid. And that's what they're doing here. They're not engaging with the actual problem. They're creating a kind of parallel of the problem, or they're misinterpreting it, and then they're arguing against that.
Predicting historical evidence. This last claim was bolstered by the king of bad posters himself, Elon Musk, who replied to a tweet about this manufactured outrage with DEI kills art. Man, there is a lot that was said here. First thing I'm going to say is this. The closer in proximity to an issue that you are, the less perspective that you have on it. Think about it. When you're right up on top of it, the only thing that you can see is the opposition. What they're saying, what they're thinking, what they want to do, what they think about you. And as such, you're always on the offense or the defense. And that goes for both sides of these kind of discussions. And I think what really highlights that loss in perspective is how they bring up Gamergate in this article. Because from my perspective, as somebody that had nothing to do with it whatsoever, I wasn't even making videos on video games at the time. I read a couple articles, watched a couple videos, and I always viewed it as players waking up to the realization that there could be some conflicts of interest within the industry that are working against and doing a disservice to the consumer. Why wouldn't?
And there were. It was documented. It was explained. And now the industry doesn't work the way that it does, or that it did back then. There was a lot of it. It was a massive amount of it.
They think that.
Can't believe people complain over how much hotter a girl should be. The reason why they're complaining about it is because they think that her appearance is an artificial representation of an ideal that they think is detrimental to a video game. They actually don't care about the way the character looks. They care about why the character looks that way.
The other industry that's out there has some level of corruption. Why would it be so far off for players to believe that video game studios and publishers are colluding with journalists and critics to make sure that their games are shown in a better light?
Somebody says, why? You can't. That's not a good argument. Why? Why would you change it? Why would you make it look this way? You can't change things to the way that you want and then get mad when people say they don't like them and say, why do you care? Well, you cared enough to change it. So why are we making an argument of triviality? You're the one that this is why we're talking about it. It's because of you. It's trying to find an understanding. Yeah. Why is trying to find understanding? No, it's not. Not in this case.
especially when so much money's riding on the line to begin with. And I think that Gamergate was something that actually did a solid service to the players because they woke up to that realization. They're a little bit more cautious with their spending. They don't take review scores at face value and say, there we go.
Huge positive.
Oh, I guess I'm going to go ahead and buy this game. They're a little bit more cautious with it. They want more information. They don't want to just see a cutscene trailer. They want to see gameplay. They don't want to see gameplay in like 3 minutes. No, they want to see 15, 20, 30-minute clips. Heck, they want to watch somebody play the game for a few hours before they want to buy that game. And I think a lot of that is coming from what had happened back then. And, man, you know, it just goes to prove that these sides that are so...
Well, I think that another reason why a lot of trust was lost with gaming journalism, and I think also, and this is an interesting parallel, and I kind of don't want to do this because it's going to derail chat, but I'm going to do it anyway. A really great parallel to this is how much the media tried to reassure people that Joe Biden was like mentally sound. It's like the emperor's new clothes. Everybody can see he's naked, but nobody's allowed to say it. And so you have the media constantly reassuring you and telling you it's everything is fine, everything is fine, everything is fine. And you see it happen and it's like, this is obviously not fine. And then eventually it gets so much to like the debate and people are like, okay, what the fuck? Right? And it literally can't be denied anymore. They're still trying to defend him, right? Exactly. You're being gaslit. And that's why people hate the media. That's why people hate CNN. That's why they hate Fox News. That's why they hate Kotaku. That's why they hate Rock, Paper, Shotgun, Polygon. That's why they hate all of these different journalist outlets. That's why they hate Forbes. That's why they hate InfoWars. They hate it because these people are taking something and they're putting an agenda onto it. And I guess in InfoWars case, it's not the case. They know they're fucking biased. But in general, they're putting an agenda on it and they're trying to act like they're neutral. That's the problem. It's because they're lying. And they're lying in a way that's so blatant and obvious that any normal, reasonable person can see it. Like, I guarantee you, if you took like somebody who's completely non-political and you had them listen to Joe Biden on that debate, they would think, what the fuck is going on? But nobody in the media wanted to say that. Nobody wanted to call that out. And there's even clips of them saying he's the most, you know, like the smartest as he's been. What the fuck is this? And the same thing happens with video games. So you have this instance where this supposed free marketplace of ideas collectively agrees on the exact same values, and every single person in that marketplace pushes those values. There's no diversity at all. And this has happened with a lot of things. I'm just saying, like, it's not just gaming journalism. That's the point that I'm making, is it's journalism as a whole. Literally delusional, give out dick salads and people eat it, yeah.
So opposing to one another. They're of the exact same polarity because they both sound the exact same when you start paying attention to them from a much wider angle. And they're like dogs that are barking on either side of a fence, and they're getting further and further away. They could cross behind the fence, by the way, that's open on the other side, but they don't want to have that kind of discussion. And what ends up happening is they start trampling on and drowning out the genuine concerns and the voices of the people that are in the middle. And that's often where the truth ends up lying. And there are issues that are in the games industry today that she's glossing over. And the proof is just how she brings up some of the games that are out there, especially talking about Hades 2 or Stellar Blade and the backlash that came with some of those games. You have to ask, why are players agreeing with this? Don't believe that everybody agreeing with it is just these crazy bigots and wild folks that are out there. No, there's other people in the middle that are agreeing.
Well, even if they are, that's just what the audience is. Like, at a certain point, you're like, what are you doing? Like, you can spend your whole life trying to teach a dog to do math, and the dog still isn't going to know how to multiply a fraction. What are you doing trying to get into this space where you think that there's this massive contingency of people that are horrible? Like, where's the light at the end of that tunnel? It's never going to stop. It's not like these people are going to like, oh, wait a minute. All my opinions are wrong. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to change my mind. Are you sure? Absolutely, I'm sure. 100%. Can we not agree things have become more misogynistic online? Just look at chat. Are things more misogynistic online? Yes and no. So in some cases, yes, but I think that the majority of misogyny that comes from online people are girls that are trying to sell porn on the internet and people don't like it. Like, are you categorizing criticizing girls for doing OnlyFans as misogyny? Because if you are, then yeah, I would agree with you. But I don't think that's misogyny. And this comes from somebody who is not I'm not a OnlyFans hater. I don't understand why they hate it. They don't like porn. The reality is that like a lot of these girls, like here's another little, like, how do you think a girl finds out to do an OnlyFans before the day she turns 18? You think that she just learned about the website that day? Spawn camping? Yep, there it is. Come on.
With them as well, and why is that? But nobody wants to pay attention to that. For some odd reason, when there's a culture war, there can only be one winner. People in the middle can't actually exist. But for me, I say fuck that. I'm going to clearly state my position. Games should be, and the vast majority of times are, inclusive. But at the exact same time, we can't pretend like we're okay with the industry heavily leaning into inclusivity for profit. It's blatant and it's plastered everywhere. Movies, TV, gaming, it's overwhelming. Co-opting identities and gender not for the sake of art, quality, and ethics, but for money and personal preservation. Why do companies change their logos to rainbows in the US and EU during Pride, but keep it their standard logo in other countries? Why?
It's because they only care about money, and they would be celebrating gay people getting killed if they could make money off of it. That's the reason why. And in fact, some of them do. They've never cared about this. I am amazed how many stupid sheep people just celebrate whenever a company says something positive about an LGBT issue. It's so sad. Because it's just, it's like people are so easily manipulated. Are you actually amazed anymore? I mean, yeah, kind of. I am. I'm surprised. Second ever Disney records Mulan, a fucking city where they have internment camps actively miles away from the set. Yeah, there it is. Of course, LGBT people are going to celebrate a W, though. I don't think that you should celebrate a W whenever the only reason it was done is to sell you more garbage. When a company is trying to push a social issue, they are doing this as a measured decision that they have come to that will result in making money. And in involving themselves inside of this social issue, they pollute the social issue with their own brand value. So, for example, when you're thinking about Target and you're thinking about, oh, Target did this LGBT like Iraq and everything last year, and people are talking about it, this pollutes the issue of LGBT because it pollutes it with Target's own brand image. It pollutes it with Target's own past controversies and issues. And that's why it's bad for these issues, is that these companies attach themselves to these issues like parasites and suck the good out of them while infecting them with the bad from their brand image. That's what they're doing. Blizzard does the same fucking thing.
Are different races and genders minimized or removed in games, movies, and television in China? It's because none of these companies care about you. They care about what's in your wallet. And that goes for both sides of this debate. Truth of the matter is, these companies will do anything for money. And the real unease, the real issues at play, is that the biggest players in the industry are trying to wrangle everyone into one single audience, and it's causing a lot of issues.
That is a big issue. And also, like, another component to this is that you're already seeing a lot of people like that are becoming, like, I think that the negativity towards LGBT, especially like trans issues, has like 5x'd or 10x'd in the last 2 years. Like, ever since like there was a big conversation, and there's always been a conversation about this, but it's like really kind of gone to like a fever pitch recently about like biological males competing in women's sports. This has exacerbated and escalated the amount of people that are like negative towards trans people by like, I think probably 5 or 10x, if not more. So what do you think is going to happen when that becomes the popular opinion to have, which it seems like it's becoming? What do you think these companies are going to do then? I think we're going to be going back to family values. Remember family values, guys? It was a really good time, huh? Fuck that. Oh, God.
Extreme positions can't gain any traction unless there are those in the middle who can see truth on one side's opinion. Forced DEI is killing games. However, it's not for any of the reasons that anybody is saying right now. And instead, it's being co-opted into part of a culture war, and that's being done on purpose by these creators. It's the intended outcome. What nobody is talking about is why are players seeing female protagonists and a diverse cast of characters and immediately assuming that that game will be bad. It's because players have begun to perceive wokeness in games as a bad thing, not because of the inclusivity itself, but because of its perceived lack in quality. Almost every television show, movie...
I think also it's not the perceived lack in quality so much, it's that when you see something or somebody that's in a game or a story that you know that, or at least you think, I can't say you think that the only reason why this is happening is in order to check a box and in order to pay lip service to some sort of message. As soon as you believe that's what's happening, the immersion is broken from the story. And I think also you can make the logical conclusion that if a writer or a person crafting a story doesn't care enough about their story that they are willing to compromise certain parts of the story in order to fit into contemporary social ideals, I think that the probability of the story being bad is going to be higher. Because fundamentally what you're saying is these people are okay to compromise their story and they don't care about the integrity of their story as much. So, logically, you would assume that the stories, on average, will be worse. And I think that's another reason.
And Game Today, pre- and post-release, that runs around doing interviews and press releases about how inclusive their media is, ends up being a dumpster fire of a final product because the creators are so focused on the identities rather than the qualities. The poor quality in various media today is now being represented by the characters that these studios are putting into these games. As such, these creators are quite literally training people to believe that diversity and inclusivity are what are ruining games, not bad design and poor writing. Inclusivity and representation are great things.
And also it would logically make sense that if a game let's say you're trying to make a new game, right? And the game is not getting investment. Wouldn't it be a logical decision for you to, if your game is bad and it's not getting investment, add in diversity to hopefully get investment through diversity funds? Because that's logically what would happen, right? And so, and this is it's going into no? Well, absolutely. It's absolutely a factor. Yes, and it's happening. Yes, and tax breaks. Is that a thing? It absolutely is a thing. 100%. Now, it's not the only factor, but it is a point on the rubric. So, basically, if these companies had to make a decision, and they say that they do this, right? This isn't like me making this up. They say that they're making decisions that follow this paradigm. So, logically, games that are bad, that feel like they need that extra boost, will pivot to this because it's easier to get money that way. So it again creates another confirmation bias that woke is making the games bad. And what I'm saying is that I think a lot of these games are bad to begin with, and they use woke to try to cover it up. That's what I think is going on. That's the biggest thing. Woke is a symptom of a problem, not the disease. Isn't that worse? I don't know. I mean, it depends, right? I'm just saying that's what I think is happening.
One can agree on that. However, bad representation for the sake of it just being there, either for virtue signaling or marketing purposes, puts a face, a signifier on what is ruining games in the eyes of players. They are creating targets. When I see a developer feel the need to virtue signal about how great it is that they put a woman into their video game or how they made a character gay, it shows me that they have no confidence in the work itself. It's all about the identity of the character and not the qualities of that character's design. The quality of the story that's told and the innovation that it brings to the games.
And also, by the way, if you look at a lot of these studios and you look at the people that are in the studio, it's just a bunch of white women. They're congratulating each other for loving diversity. That's the real reason. You just pull up one of the studios. Just go look at the pictures. Just go look at one of these big studios. Open up a picture of all the people in the studio. That's what it is. Ubisoft is my number one example.
Experience. I assume that it's not high quality, and most times it's not. Journalists, developers, and players then jump to defend the practice, not realizing that these creators are using social issues as a shield of inclusivity to to defend their poor quality, lack of skill, lack of ability, and lack of creativity by saying that anybody who's criticizing them are bigots. Checkmate. What's really disappointing is
he's right about that.
That there's not enough people that are calling this out, saying it for what it is. That it's not wokeness or DEI that's killing these games. It's people without talent that are killing these games. Name a game that was perceived as woke, that had awesome gameplay and a great story, and nobody wanted to play it, and it didn't do well in sales. Guess what? You can't find it. It doesn't exist.
He's right. He's completely right. Woke stuff does not make a game bad, but it will make a bad game worse.
Final Fantasy XVI portrayed a relationship between Dion and Sir Terrence. It was tasteful, it was well done, the story was great, the gameplay was awesome, the music was absolutely banging in that game. Guess what? Zero backlash. Baldur's Gate 3, Herald is one of the greatest RPGs of all time. A game that many players have pointed to and said, this is the game. Why can't you guys make games like this anymore? The most aggressively buy game that's on the entire market. No backlash. It's really disappointing that people like the folks that are...
Here's another example. So if you go and you look at... Where's the video that I saw? Maybe it's this one. I'm not sure which one. Yeah, right here. The opening scene.
We kill it. We break the synaptic connection.
There's a black guy there.
Like rats.
I think there's like an Asian guy as well. Yep.
I cannot afford to throw men after.
There's already, like within the first 10 seconds, there's already like 2 inclusions of characters that are non-white. Scroll down, not a single fucking comment is bringing up DEI.
Writing this article right now that are involved in a lot of these communities.
Gamers know.
Aren't the ones that are out there.
And that's the thing, is that it's the same thing. It's the same as the Biden thing. Everybody knows it when they see it. Everybody fucking knows it. You see Joe Biden. No, this is ridiculous. This is embarrassing. Oh, no, he just has a stutter. He just said, no, it's this. Oh, he said, no, bro, no, we see it. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. It's the same as this.
That are fighting on their side, that aren't talking about how some of these companies are out there co-opting people's identities and races for the use of profit and for the use of protecting their own jobs, shielding themselves from criticism behind a shield of inclusivity.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are ruining games. People that don't have a creative cell in their entire body. The article continues with, Assassin's Creed Shadows producer Mark Alexis Cote addressed Musk's tweet in an interview with GameFile's Stefan Totilo last week. It's sad he's just feeding hatred. I had a lot of 3-word replies that came to mind, he said. The first thing I wanted to do was go back on X that I had deleted and just tweet back. What Elon says is not the game that we're building. People will have to play the game for themselves, and if within the first 11 minutes and 47 seconds they aren't convinced of what we are doing, we can have the discussion. For the record, there is plenty of historical basis for the depiction of Black Samurai Yasuke in the game. Just after Summer Games Fest finished, the anti-woke gamers found a new target, a report at IGN, which
This is the thing, is that you get so focused on it's funny as fuck, it's false. Well, here's the thing, is that isn't there like way more stuff about like a bunch of other samurai during the time that there's like that are way more well known, that are way less contentious? What are we talking about here? Yes, obviously there is. And also, like, I would ask them, why did you think it was a good idea that during the boss fight with Yasuke, you started playing hip-hop for the combat scene? What's that? You can go back and look at the video yourself. Did they do that? No, they literally did. They literally did that. It's a stereotype. Yeah, it's just a stereotype. And that's what I was saying before. It's about white people congratulating themselves on diversity. As I said, it's like the black person gets in the car, you turn on a hip-hop station, and you say, hey, this one's for you. It's the same exact fucking energy. It's so weird.
Incredibly and comprehensive.
It's a studio full of white people. You just look at the picture.
Extensively lays out the history of sexism at the developer of the up-and-coming Planet of the Apes meets Sekiro action game Black Myth Wukong. The response, surprise, was to go after the woman who wrote it, while also spinning a ludicrous conspiracy theory that IGN was blackmailing the developer. You can go...
They were. And I don't think it was IGN, but I think it was the developer themselves, or sorry, the writer themselves, is that they created a problem that didn't exist and then categorized the developer, I think Game Science were the ones that are making Black Myth Wukong. They basically provided an unsubstantiated claim, or just basically like any claim. Like, let me take a step back. If a journalist says that you are something, this company has no obligation to come out there and clear their name. Nobody has to go and, oh, well, I said this about you. How are you going to respond? Who the fuck said somebody has to respond to you? Who decided that, like, now, that you're obligated to a response because you've decided to say this? And this is the problem. It's that these people make baseless accusations, or what usually is the case is it's not baseless, but they make dishonest accusations. And then they basically, by making this dishonest accusation, they indirectly appoint themselves as a position of, I get to make judgments over whether a company is being bad or not. And when a company chooses to say, we're not engaging in this, we're not accountable to you, you're nothing to us, we're making this game, people are going to buy it, whether you like it or not, well, then they get really mad. Because this completely destroys the power dynamic. And that's what it's about. It's about the power dynamic.
Go down a rabbit hole of quite jaw-dropping horribleness on any one of these manufactured conspiracies, but take it from me, it's really not worth it. The reactionary underlayer of gaming's enthusiast media, which makes its home mostly on X and YouTube, does not actually have the slightest impact on how games are made, or indeed which games are made.
But they do have an impact on which studios close. So, yeah, I don't know. That's a good thing, by the way. You make dog shit, you should be fired. It's the way it goes. Losers lose.
At Gamergate, what did
I'm cruel? You think I'm cruel? I am. And I love it.
It actually achieve? Games are more diverse than they were 10 years ago, not less. I saw more non-white male faces and characters in this year's spat of Summer Games Fest trailers and demos than at any previous time in almost the 20 years I've been covering games. But they can still make people's lives online hell for a while. I know this because I've been through it.
Well, just because you're making a game doesn't mean that you're going to make money off of it, right? That's the issue. Is that, like, you know, a game like Forspoken was, you know, it was set to be like a huge game. It was going to be like one of the big games that year. And it came out and everybody hated it. So just because a development studio is making a game, if these games don't sell well and they're not successful, these studios don't really care about these social issues because the studios aren't the ones that are making the decisions. The people that are making the decisions are the people that are invested in the companies and the people that run the companies. The creative people are really, in a lot of cases, not making the calls. And whenever the people that aren't making money at the top, like whenever their head's on the chopping block, they're going to change things. And it's already happening.
Several times. It's crazy that you can say something or at least think something in the right direction, but then be completely wrong about it. And it's because, again, she's looking at it through an incredibly narrow lens. Throwing context and nuance aside in the face of being able to shadow box those perceived demons that are across the aisle. Musk was undoubtedly beating the drum of division for engagement purposes. The guy's a content creator more than anybody else. There is tons of examples of people that are like him. But why are there so many people that are finding themselves agreeing with these posts about Assassin's Creed Shadows? Tell me which is more believable.
Well, if there's enough people that agree with it and everybody thinks the game is bad and people vote the game down and they say it's a bad game, then the game's bad. It doesn't really matter what your opinion is. It's the Lion Ted thing. It's really just so simple. And this is a big thing that I think a lot of people struggle with, is that if enough people believe something, then functionally it becomes true. Now, it doesn't make it true, but for all intents and purposes, it is true.
That the vast majority of white male gaming audiences that you perceive don't want black characters in games? Or is it because Ubisoft has been shoveling garbage out for years now, raising their prices to absurd levels, monetizing everything possible, hasn't innovated, and now seems to be using diversity to market a game that everybody knows will be just as repetitive and unoriginal as the prior? All well-adjusted humans that see the direction that all forms of media have been going in lately, see the main character isn't Japanese, and say, huh. Again, extreme positions don't gain traction unless there are issues that are pushing people from the middle to one side. Now, with that said, I agree with her statement on ludicrous conspiracy theories. With so many people that are out there grifting on both sides of these issues that are making it difficult for you to want to be able to agree with either side because you know that they're going to have some wacko theory that's connected to it.
Yeah, I think there's some people that take it way too far, where it's like every single time that a character or a person is on screen that's not like a white person or a guy, they'll like mauled out about it. I think that's the issue, though, is like, yeah, then vote your dollar. No, that's what I think people should do. Yeah, it does. At a certain point, it becomes like so obvious that it's like you're just farming, basically.
That are on extreme opposing sides can't agree on something, otherwise they're going to look like they've changed sides. Like Keza, I don't believe that there wasn't.
Yeah, and this is another factor, is that this is another example of how people are stupid. Changing your mind based off of evidence is considered a bad thing. And there's a huge contingency of people that respect a person who will hold an opinion that's been proven wrong by evidence because it was their original opinion. I think a great example of this is the Dr. Disrespect drama. So originally, I was like, I don't know if I believe this. I think that we need more evidence to understand this better. And then Doc puts out the statement, and I say, man, this doesn't look very good. And they said, oh, wow, it looks like you're changing your mind. You're changing your opinion. What are you doing changing your mind? That's what happens. People in general do not respect changing your opinion, because changing your opinion means that you were wrong. And people don't like being wrong. And there's no obligation that people have to be right. Somebody like a dumb person on the internet can think the earth is flat, and we can't put them in jail. You just have to, there it is. It's right there. So they are under no obligation to adhere to the same logic that you do.
Attempted $7 million extortion conspiracy when it comes to Black Myth Wukong, as there is no proof or mention of that anywhere.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's totally made up.
Look at how many people grifted off of attaching Sweet Baby Incorporated's name to their YouTube titles, articles, and tweets in regards to whatever company allegedly perpetrated this extortion. However, at the exact same time, she completely ignores the cultural differences and the intentional mistranslations conducted regarding the interview with Black Myth Wukong's developer, and the garbage level of sensational journalism on the side of IGN. Because,
well, the real problem is actually it's a lot more surface level than that, but it's a lot more broad. The real problem is that these people appoint themselves to a position of power and then expect everybody else to accommodate them. They expect everybody to be like, oh, okay, well, you're in this position, you believe this, and like now everybody has to listen to what you're saying. That's the real reason. What people? Like the journalist that wrote the article. She wrote an article about Black Myth Wukong that was negative about it, and then she was angry because Black Myth Wukong didn't come out and refute or address her article. That's the real issue. It's these people think that they have a power dynamic, and they don't. They actually have no power. And I think that's what, for example, Gamergate back 10 years ago started to prove. And that's why their popularity has gone down massively. And now they really don't have any power, because they're just like, they have these tiny little audiences, and it's like a bunch of other people that think exactly like they do, and like, yeah, they can still, and this is a problem, right? It's taking time for this to adjust, but there are still a lot of companies that have a very antiquated media policy and media philosophy and strategy, that they still think that appealing to like mainstream outlets is a good idea. Those people are not an audience. They're tiny, minuscule, fractional, they don't matter. If a game is good, that's the only thing that matters. And the relationship that you have with the public is the only thing that makes a difference. Journalists used to be the gatekeeper between games and the public because of things like Nintendo Power, Game Informer, magazines, things like this, because that's how you would hear about video games now. But the fact is that the internet has democratized that entire process. So now you don't have gatekeepers anymore because people on YouTube can do the same thing. People on Twitch can do the same thing. So a journalist no longer has the gatekeeping power that they used to, but they're acting as if they do. And I think that's what a lot of people really don't like, because like for me, I see this as just a blatant power play. This is a blatant power play. You're trying to make them look bad so you can appoint yourself as the arbiter of this situation.
They cannot cede any ground to those who disagree with them.
Yeah.
Plenty of journalists do this, ignoring the elephant in the room because they can't be caught agreeing with the opposition. Not long ago...
Which is that's what I was saying originally. That's the big problem. It's that when every single journalist and every single person in the media has the same opinion about something, then how can you expect anybody to take it seriously?
Paul Tossi of Forbes wrote an article talking about the issues that journalists face, and he dismissed the concern of players by saying there is a public war against games journalism by, in part, the anti-woke crowd who believes the progressive-leaning outlets are going extinct because of alleged activist takes.
That's true. They're right. It's provable. It's provable by every single third-party metric that's available. There's no alleged. Like, you just look at the Google Trends, look at the amount of site visits, look at the amount of ads they need, look at the fact they're firing people in Kotaku. Like, it's falling apart. I don't even look at the stock. Yeah. I mean, it's not even an argument. It's fantastic. I think it's a good thing too.
Even when there are clear cases of many propagandized positions in today's gaming media. When you dismiss or ignore the elephant in the room, it doesn't make it smaller. That's not how this works.
If anything, it makes it bigger. And that's, again, it's what I was saying about Biden. Yep. Same exact thing.
No wonder gamers could come to the conclusion that there is a concerted effort in the games industry to have this propagandized position, this plan that they have in place that they're using against a developer in the industry, when every other journalist that's out there goes out and either hand waves the entire issue or ignores it entirely.
Well, it's not even that. It doesn't even, I would even go farther than that. I would say that not only do they hand wave the issue, but there is a universal opinion that you are supposed to have about it. And I think that's the big issue. These people are educated, and by and large, educated vote left. Does that not suggest that ignorance is in part to be played with the culture war? Oh, that like stupid people care about this? Well, it doesn't matter, right? Like at the end of the day, like I think that there are a lot of opinions that I think that if the collective society had like more emotional intelligence or like more logical intelligence, that we wouldn't have problems with these things anymore. We can always talk about what society would be like if people weren't the way they are. And hey, you want to do that? Go ahead. But I think that's a waste of time. I want to talk and think about what's actually happening.
Co-signs for it. That's the case that we have with this article from The Guardian. She quite literally co-signs on what the girl had said in the article, even though it's already been shown that it was mistranslated and also misrepresented in their article that they made. So, of course, players are going to come to the conclusion of that. And what that does is it only serves to embolden the position of the players that held the belief that, well, there might have been an extortion fee to this because, well, if you're going to ignore this blatant lie,
Well, it's effectively an extortion fee. We're going to label you with this thing, and in order to remove this thing, you have to hire these people that make it to where you don't have this thing. You know, like the last boss in the Elden Ring DLC that puts the debuff on you, and then you have to use the item to remove the debuff? This is the same thing. We're putting a debuff on you, and you have to use the item to have the debuff not be on you anymore. It's that simple.
That's attached to it, well, then chances are you're lying about the other thing too. That's the conclusion that people are going to come to. They are the ones that are creating this issue for themselves. Stop being so reactionary. Stop paying attention to what people are saying and ask why people are saying these things. Be proactionary. The article concludes with, I was running the UK brand.
I would argue that a lot of the issues that people have with things that seem to be woke are fundamentally reactionary. Because they are reactionary from the way gaming used to be. So we are changing gaming because of the way it used to be. That's being reactionary. Also, I don't know where this idea came from that being reactionary is bad. I don't necessarily understand that. Because if things were good the way they were and you thought they were good, then somebody changes them and you say, I don't like that, change it back. That's not necessarily being bad. There's nothing wrong about that. Reaction, like, yeah, everything to some degree is reactionary. I think this is it's a dishonest term.
Branch of Kotaku when Gamergate kicked off, and I had a front row seat to their harassment tactics, which included sending the most disgusting threats imaginable through all online channels available to them, trying to get me fired by emailing game publishers and my bosses with dossiers of my professional misdeeds and journalistic failings. Read writing about video games from a
Yeah, but they do the same thing to other people, right? Like, remember whenever that one guy Cabrutus, the guy that did the Sweet Baby Inc. detected group, remember whenever he made that group, they constantly tried to get him banned. They tried to get his Steam account banned. They tried to get the group deleted. They tried to ruin this guy's life. So no, I'm not going to cry about this happening. Too bad. You shouldn't have done it to them. They wouldn't have done it to you. Or maybe they would have. But hey, if you had done it after that, it would have been a little bit more sympathetic. Now it's not. Like, don't go and play a game and then be surprised whenever somebody else starts playing the same game. They've been doing this forever. Oh, let's find out who this person is, and then we're going to, get them fired from their job. It's crazy. Yeah, that's what you get. Too bad.
Feminist perspective. Searching for me and my colleagues' real addresses and phone numbers and family members and posting those details to their subreddits if they found them, and putting them together in unhinged Google Docs with links drawn between social justice warrior journalists and developers. One of these mad documents briefly appeared in a recent documentary about 4chan, prompting several of my friends to text me a screenshot asking me if I knew I was a figure in an old alt-right conspiracy theory. Unfortunately, yes, I did. It's happened again a few times since.
It's not a big deal. I mean, I've been in those too. People think that they think that I am contractually obligated to defend Disney because one of the companies that represents me, Night Media, is connected to Disney through like 3 different levels of like disconnection, right? Yeah, the Mr. Beast stuff. Yeah, so like I get the same thing. Like, you're not special. Like, it's not like yeah, that's what happened. I knew it. No, that's true. Yeah, I am represented by Night Media. It's true.
Various reasons. Unfortunately, dealing with online mobs is a part of the job for many journalists and indeed game developers these days. And despite all of the shit that I've dealt with over the years as a woman covering video games, I'm still rather glad that I don't write about politics. But I know exactly how awful it can feel when they mobilize against you, especially if it's the first time. They'll search for whatever they think is the least flattering image of you on Google Images, use it as a cutout for a YouTube thumbnail, and then rant for 10 minutes over screenshots of your articles.
Well, they do the same thing. Yeah, they're going to do the same exact thing. Like, there's nothing really surprising about that. Yeah, I mean, it's really not that complicated. Like, horror, I mean, yeah, we've done it. They'll do it. Yeah, for sure. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Yeah, like, And also, like, if you go, like, don't expect people to not push back when you do something that they don't like. Like, it's these people, they think that they have a free reign to have any opinion they want on the internet and never have pushback for it. Like, I get shit on for opinions that I have that are, like, objective. People are like, I agree with him, but he shouldn't have said it this way. I hate him. People are like, yeah, I hate him too. Too bad. If you don't want this to happen, get the fuck off the internet. Stop being a bitch.
They'll tweet prominent people in games trying to get them to publicly discredit you. They'll set their followers on you. It's not hard to meet their manufacturer.
And they would do the exact same thing to you if they had the power to do it. Never forget that. They would do the exact same thing to you. My perspective is that anytime that a person is doing something that, like, anytime a person has something bad happening to them that I think they would have done themselves, I don't feel sorry for them. That's the way I see it.
Rage with a lot of genuine rage of your own. It's tempting to dunk on these people.
Well, now their rage is invalid, but your rage is justified. Yeah, exactly.
Endlessly, but outrage fuels outrage, especially now when there's literal money to be made posting inflammatory nonsense on X or YouTube. If Gamergate proved anything, it's that nobody has to pander to rage-baiting toxic gamers or even listen to them. That said, I still don't think there's...
Well, I can think maybe if those gaming websites did that a little bit more, they wouldn't have to put 8 ads on the same page, and they wouldn't have to fire a bunch of people. Like, they're worried about AI taking over their job. Correct me if I'm wrong, but AI doesn't create anything new, does it? It's not like AI can create new information. It just synthesizes existing information. Right? Yeah, of course. And so, like, how are you worried about, like, if you're a journalist and you're worried about losing your job to AI, doesn't that mean that you're not contributing any new information?
Been enough public pushback against this flavor of online abuse from the biggest publishers in games over the past few months. When the consultancies they work with, the journalists and critics that cover them, and even some of their own developers have been caught in an online shitstorm. Take it from me, vocal support means a lot. This goes without saying, but none of this should happen to anyone.
It does. And
there is zero justification for it whatsoever. Nobody should ever be publicly or privately attacked for any of their opinions.
I think they absolutely should. You should 100% attack people if they have opinions that you disagree with. You shouldn't attack them in real life, but you should attack the opinion. Absolutely. Because they do the same thing to you. That's the way it works. Like, yeah, it's that simple. What do you mean by attack? I mean directly contradict and argue with what they're saying. What do you think I mean attack them at like a drive-through? No, of course not. I'm talking about attacking the argument. Yes, like you're not being attacked online when there's a bunch of people disagreeing with you. And this is another problem, is it's being framed in a way that I'm being attacked by a YouTube video that says that I'm wrong. No, you're not being attacked. You're being disagreed with. People don't agree with what your opinion is.
Yes, but going after their personal information is just weird. However, notice how general...
You can't be surprised that people do this. Because they do this. If they do this, then why would you be surprised that other people do it? If you don't want people to do this, then don't do it.
It becomes and how easy it is to see plain old criticism lobbed in with online psychos. I'm now included in them because I'm sitting here ranting over screenshots of her article, though I have nothing to do with the crowd.
I think criticize is a better word. I think that at the end of the day, these people view pushback as something that should not be allowed. They frame the conversation and their perspective in a one-dimensional way, And if you go against their perspective or what they believe in, you are a bad person. Now, whether you want to call it attacking them, criticizing them, disagreeing with them, it's all the same to me. I don't think that a YouTube video saying that you have a bad opinion or that you're stupid is a problem. And if you think it is, get the fuck off the internet, because it's not going to go away.
The people that she's so vehemently against. Moreover, calling for big players in the industry to come out.
Also, by the way, the words are violence. The only reason why people say words are violence is so they can justify using violence against words. That's the reason why.
Publicly on your side only serves to validate the concerns of biases in favor of better reviews and more flattering articles about these different companies' games. The industry speaking out against the crazies doesn't make the crazies go away. It adds another plot point on their graph and another justification for them to come after you.
Of course.
Look, the fact of the matter is your fight is won. Games are more inclusive than they ever have been before. That oppression, once perceived, has now dissipated. Keza said it herself.
Oh, I don't know. It's never going to dissipate because their power dynamic exists because there is that perception. Like, I have the perspective that, like, nobody will ever give up power unless it's taken away from them. Like, just generally, right? I mean, there are, like, individual examples that counter to this, but I think in a general sense, a group will never give away power unless it's taken away. And I think what's happened is that games have always been diverse. There's always been a tremendous amount of diversity in video games. So these people are identifying a problem that, number one, never existed. And number two, if it ever ceased to exist, their existence that's based off of the fact that this problem exists would then since be irrelevant. Like, if you don't have a horse, you don't need horseshoes. If you don't have a car, you probably don't need car tires. They're the car. Or they're the tires. They're the horseshoe. So unless there's a car for them to be attached to, or a horse for them to be attached to, they have no purpose. And they have no power. And that is why they will never be okay with the way that things are. There will always be something that's not okay. There will always be something that's wrong. Because if they ever acknowledge that things are okay, then their purpose is fulfilled and their power is irrelevant.
In the article, when commenting, talking about the diversity of characters that she saw during Summer Games Fest, we all saw it. But what were the most popular and talked about games of the upcoming releases from Summer Games Fest? Gears of War and Monster Hunter Wilds, games that are fueled by that male power fantasy that she talked about. And why is that? Well, that's because that...
Well, and also there was plenty of diversity in the Monster Hunter trailer and also in the Gears of War trailer. And that's what I'm saying. Like, these are old franchises that have been around forever, that have had diversity in them from the very beginning.
Audience is now becoming underserved as game developers are grifting off to the victory of inclusivity. Again, stop paying attention to what players are saying and ask why players are feeling a certain way. I feel like people are too busy fighting a war that's already won, cheering on these developers while they are making more games about what a character is rather than who a character is.
Well, and the thing is that he's right, that like a lot of those games that were really popular, or sorry, that came out, and it was like, oh, this is another DEI game, because I remember watching the trailers and seeing people say this a lot. Nobody's talking about or caring about those games at all. So what's going to happen when that game releases and it doesn't make any money? Well, I think we know what's going to happen. Their studio's going to get shut down, and all those people are going to lose their jobs. That's just what's going to happen. And that's the free market at work. It's the same thing that happened with Forspoken. They're going to blame the bigots? Yeah, they're going to blame the bigots from the cardboard box they're living in because they can't afford their house anymore. And that's the result. So yeah, you can blame people all you want, but you're still in that situation.
Ironically, the character part of the equation of game development has been thrown out the window for how a character looks and identifies instead. These games lack soul and purpose. Notice how a developer of a great game with a diverse cast of characters or with a strong female lead doesn't need to grift off of social issues. They know what they made. They know that they don't need to make a character that players can identify with. They need to make a character that players want to play as, want to be, and want to know more about.
A really good example of this is that it's actually, I feel kind of bad because when I played Wuthering Waves last night, I went through the first half of the new patch storyline, and I finished the storyline off stream. And I finished the whole thing. I did everything. And the second part of that storyline was incredible. It was really good. I was shocked. Like, I was like, wow, this is way better than I thought it was going to be. One point was great. Yeah, it was so good. And at no point in that story was I thinking about, oh yeah, this character's a girl. It's got nothing to do with that. It's got, like, and that's the thing, is that's not even part of it. The beginning part looked horrendous. It was. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with that. By the way, it was like basically just very simple. The first half of it is arguing with a cat, and the second half of it is saving the existence of time itself with a dragon. Yeah, so there's like really kind of a tone shift there.
The conclusion that I've come to is that by ignoring existing audiences, these folks are radicalizing those audiences. Just recently, I saw a interview that popped up where the people that are in charge of Star Wars basically came out and said that they're ignoring existing audiences, or ignoring the angry fans, the loud.
And they can do that. They can. But here's what's going to happen. Is remember like that Witcher, so it was like Blood Origins or something like that? Yeah, did they get renewed for a season 2? No? There it is.
Fans, because, well, they're trying to create a new audience and they don't care what they think. But ignoring the people that got you to where you are in the first place doesn't make a lot of sense, especially when those people are as invested as they are, as long as they've been invested. And yeah, they're going to be mad. Of course they're going to be mad. Why does that confuse you that they would be upset? Recently, what I've noticed is within video games is that the quality of the game itself, the quality of how fun it is, how interesting it is, how great the story is, all of those things are taking a backseat to game character identities. And that doesn't mean that inclusivity and diversity is bad. It just means that they're not putting priorities where they should be. They're not dividing those priorities equally. And as such, they're not making games that players are going to enjoy, players are going to love, that are going to be successful, that are going to be remembered.
Well, they're not focusing on the things that players care about. Like, for example, we watched that one video from Ubisoft talking about like how much went into making the water move like normal water. Nobody cares. Sorry, nobody gives a shit. It's that this is not an important factor.
And that's a problem. And especially when it's as widespread as it's been growing lately. And when you have more games that are coming out there that are grifting off of these social issues, yeah, players are going to start looking at games with female protagonists and different diverse character backgrounds and say, wow, this is probably going to suck. And I hate to say it, but lately it's been more times than not, because think about it. The vast majority of games that come out every year, how many of them are actually really good? There's only very few that we all play. So yeah, the vast majority of those are going to be hit or miss. And there's a lot of misses that are out there, and you're going to start to put plots on a graph and connect the dots. And next thing you know.
Yeah, you can't stop people from identifying patterns. Like, one of the reasons why humans have evolved so much is because humans are really good at pattern recognition. They are crazy good at it. And when people keep seeing this, and you keep telling them that's not what it is, but they keep seeing it, you're going to have some problems. Every single time.
Well, this is the thing that I'm seeing that's the trend that's making these games worse, and that's the conclusion that a lot of these players are going to end up coming to. I don't really know exactly what the solution to this is, especially because I think a lot of the people that are in these positions in a lot of these game companies, media companies in general, movies, television, whatever, I think a lot of it is actually like nepotism more than anything else. Like people that got into positions of like high power that don't deserve it whatsoever.
Yeah,
and have
that's
no
probably
idea
true.
what they're
He's
doing.
right.
And the only thing that they can do is the one original idea that they think is original, which is doing everything that they think everybody else is doing, which is making their games more inclusive, and they're just focusing on that because that helps to distract from everything else. I do genuinely think there's a lot of people.
Yeah, I think they use it as a shield. That's what it is. It's like people don't like the game and they say it's because of racism. Okay, for sure. That's the real reason.
That are out there that are using it as a shield to be able to block themselves from criticism. I do think that. And if that's not what they're doing, they're just bad at their jobs in general. So there's that. But yeah. Anyway, tell me what you guys think about this. I don't know where things are going. There's a lot of games to look forward to next year. I know that for a fact. But
there's always a lot of games to look forward to. And I think that there's also a lot of games to look back on. Like, I still haven't finished Dragon's Dogma. Like, the first game. Like, I tried to play it the other day, and then, like, it bugged out on me. It was, like, really fucking annoying. But, like, I still need to finish that game. Like, there's tons of games. It's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for watching this long. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Tell me what you guys think down in the comments. Dislike the video if you don't like my points. Like the video if you do. You don't have to watch me any longer if you don't. And, yeah, that's all I got. Anyway, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I will see you guys next time. Peace.
So yeah, I pretty much agree with everything he's saying. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think that a lot of the games that try to build their, their brand off of something like this. And I think what people really don't like is they don't like whenever something is changed. Like, for example, like the Blade movie, people were saying that the Blade movie was going to be like, it wasn't going to be about Blade. It was going to be like a secondary, like, female protagonist that was going to be the main focus of the movie. That's what people don't like. I think that the issue isn't necessarily that there's diversity or anything like that, because you see people that are like, yeah, we don't like this game. This was a bad game. But, like, a lot of the real negativity and, like, frustration comes from when a new game is, or sorry, whenever an existing game is changed in a way that people view to be inauthentic. It's easy to grift on social issues, but it's a lot harder to write good. You can platform these issues, but you need to be good at your job. Yeah. It was such a blunder. Yeah, it was. And it was a very well-made video. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that a lot of people, and this is another issue, is that gamers and, like, an audience has no obligation to see things based off of your morality. And this is a big issue that a lot of these people have, because remember what I was saying before about how these people are mainly concerned with the optics of an argument? And that's why they usually win arguments in public, but they lose arguments with the population. Like, and this is the same thing, right? Is that it might sound bad to say these things are DEI as, like, another content creator or something like that, but the audience still believes this. And focusing on trying to appeal to, like, people then, like, be like, oh, well, this sounds bad for you to say this. Nobody has any accountability for that. They don't care. Like, they're not obligated to care about, like, your version of optics. And I think that's what the majority of it is always about. It's always about the optics, which always in chat. Yeah, thanks for the video, man. Yeah, guys, make sure to give it a like. That was a good one. I like that a lot. Isn't it important for gamers to get used to playing more diverse characters instead of just playing a white male character? No, I don't think it's necessarily important for gamers to get used to anything that they don't want to do. I think also, like, if you try to shift a person's behavior, why is that important for you? Like, would you say the opposite is important? Probably not. And I think that's where, again, this is like another optics thing, where it's like people say things and they present it in a way that makes the opposition seem like they're bad people. But at the end of the day, a lot of people don't care about that. They don't give a shit about that. Like, look at Trump. I think Trump's a great example. Trump does a lot of things that are optically terrible things, like calling people fat, saying this kind of stuff. But you know what happens? People vote for him. A lot of fucking people vote for him. And so, yeah, that's it. But they are fat, right? But, like, you know, other people don't say that because you're not supposed to say that. But the actual public doesn't care about what you're not supposed to and you are supposed to say. It's a made up thing that these gatekeepers create in order to control narratives. But the actual public and what the public believes is totally different. And that's the point that I'm making. is that these people think that they can make arguments based off of optics to a population that's not accountable to optics. Well, you can't do that because these people don't care about how it sounds. They're going to still say that, and that's it. I'll be right back. Is that they can't control. And I think this can be as big as something like WikiLeaks, or it can be in as little as something like this video game. And ultimately, that has done more to damage the credibility of print media than anything else, because it's shown that print media is oftentimes used as a tool for these organizations to maintain their power structure.
See the criticisms of Ubisoft's recent releases and the future release in Assassin's Creed Shadows everywhere. It's impossible to ignore. Videos and promotional material ratioed by dislikes and comments in mass numbers. Videos like mine and many others reaching widespread appeal because we have that many people that agree or share similar opinions. With that said, I couldn't imagine that it was...
I think also it's that he brings up a very good point that seems very stupid and face value, but I think it's incredibly accurate, is that when you see videos that are extremely successful and get tons of views that agree with you, it makes people think that they're not crazy and that their opinions are valid. I think that's the reason why YouTube removed the dislike bar, because the dislike bar was used against things that, you know, I would say brands didn't want to see happen. Like, because if you see, oh, everybody else hates this, how many of you guys have ever read an article or done something and like you think the article's awful and then the main top comment is saying exactly what you think, and it's like, yes, thank God I'm not crazy. Have you guys ever had this happen? Yeah, the dislike bar hurt tutorials though? No, it did, but it hurt everything. Right, exactly. And so we have this happen a lot. And I think what the outcome of that is that people are able to see that the like mainstream, I guess you could say, quote, narrative is not really the mainstream. It's just the most pushed.
Possible for anyone to ignore this level of feedback, and Ubisoft has to be seeing it. So I spoke with a few developers from Ubisoft to shed some light on these issues. I started off by asking how Ubisoft internalizes and discusses general criticism from players and the rest of the industry, whether that's its repetitive design, agenda-driven content, or predictable games. They responded saying, at a high level, they rarely talk about it. At a project level, they brush it off as toxic gamer talk. As Asmongold correctly pointed out in a video of his, Ubisoft is filled with toxic positivity that prevents any growth.
How about that? How about that? That's crazy. People always wonder, why is it that everybody watches me? This is the reason why. It's because I've been fucking right. Yeah, I've been right. That's why. And also, by the way, I don't think that I'm being totally honest. I actually don't think that I'm like incredibly intelligent. But what I think that I do have is I have an insanely good memory, and I can make decisions on things based off of more factors than the average person can. And because of that, if I see something like this, I can think of more things in the past, like, oh yeah, this other thing. I put all that together, and I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. But this is why people watch the videos. Ego going up? It is. Absolutely. But I was right.
I then asked, what about the Japanese community's backlash over Assassin's Creed Shadows? It's obvious that they haven't done their research, and even the smallest details are going to be noticed by a culture that's as proud as the Japanese.
Of course.
They responded by saying that the criticisms haven't been talked about, and they've only issued demands that we mustn't engage with discussion on that topic publicly.
Just don't talk about it. Problem solved.
Meaning everything that we've set up into this point, all the criticism that we've had over the years for Ubisoft games, even that of the industry itself, has fallen on deaf ears. I don't know if it's sad or if it's somewhat, it's somewhat cathartic to have that validated. I mean, it's the main complaint.
Well, it's obvious. I mean, again, like, you don't have to be a fucking genius to admit this or to acknowledge this. I feel like, again, you know, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. I feel like that's how I feel a lot of times saying this stuff. I don't think this is any sort of fucking revelation. This isn't any sort of like, wow, this is some divine insight that's brought to me in a dream. No, it's common fucking sense this would happen. Of course.
that the vast majority of gamers have had over the years, which is that these companies aren't listening to us. And in this case, I have developers that are telling me, yeah, they're not listening to you.
Of course.
One, because they don't want to take criticism, and two, because they don't know how to differentiate bad from good criticism.
Of course.
I think this is my patented catchphrase by now, but when you have this much negative discourse surrounding your games, you need to be listening, regardless of whether or not it's good or bad feedback in your eyes, regardless if you align with these people's political beliefs or social political beliefs.
This is a problem that a lot of artists have, and it's a problem that I think that artists that are trying to exist in a commercial space have, because a lot of artists believe in the moral good of whatever art they're making. Like, very few artists believe that they're actually like morally bad people. And so because they think that they're doing a good thing, well, they view anybody who's criticizing them as a morally bad person. I think that's what happens the most. Is it arrogance? Well, it's arrogance, but like it's a simplification. What I'm saying is that artists view their art as a expression of themselves. And in the process of them feeling it like an expression of themselves, they take criticism against it personally, and it's why they have a harder time listening to feedback and criticism.
Please help me. Please help.
Whatever it might be. None of that matters. When you have your games on fire as much as Ubisoft games have been lately, you need to put those fires out somehow. And the only way that you can do that is by listening to them.
Yeah, of course.
And implementing whatever feedback you possibly can into your games to make them better. Regardless, the other thing is, I'm sorry. I am sick of, I am disgusted by the blatant, feigned virtue over how much they care about Japanese culture and history. I'm sorry. You are bastardizing Japanese culture and history for profit. That,
as I said, bro, like, we're white people, right? This is what we do. We take over somebody's culture, we change it, and then we say, thank God for us. We've saved you. We've saved you from yourselves. This is what we do. We've been doing it for a really long time, and it's just happening again.
That's what you're trying to do here. You're not trying to make a history piece. We know that. It's loosely based on, very loosely based on Japanese culture and history. Look at you guys. You put out a Torigate figurine, a half Torigate figurine with your characters on it without knowing the cultural relevance of the half Torigate. After
got destroyed in World War II.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Do you have any idea what that means to these people?
They use Tectone as a consultant for this.
What's wrong with you? At the end of the day, it all comes down to leadership.
It's actually very easy to understand what's wrong with them. There are people that are bored. They have a tremendous sense of internalized guilt, and they think by doing this kind of stuff, they're being a good person. Once you understand that most people's actions are only taken in order to make themselves feel better or to serve some personal goal, then as soon as you figure that out and you start operating under that pretense, everything else that a person does makes immediate sense. Pepega, I'm helping. Yeah, exactly. It's self-righteousness. Exactly it is.
When you look at Ubisoft's messaging, the lackluster delivery of titles like X-Defiant and Star Wars Outlaws, the inaccuracies and screw-ups with Assassin's Creed Shadows, you see a developer that has no clear plan or vision for what players want, what good games look like, or how to even do their job. I took the time to talk to the Ubisoft developers about workplace culture, about the initiative that they've taken for diversity hiring, and what happens behind the scenes at Ubisoft, and it's wild to see how accurate some of the assumptions that have been made by myself and others. Now, continuing my conversation with one of the developers, I wanted to find more about the workplace structure and management. And seeing as though the company has had initiatives that have been put in place to make the workplace a little bit more diverse, I asked, what benefits have you seen? Is there more diversity in thought, or is it creating a more one-sided environment? They said that so far the initiative hasn't had any impact on the team that I'm a part of. However, it's clear that some topics are taboo.
Right.
What happened is now that people end up in a meeting with HR for trivial stuff, not adding smiley faces to a message, or adding an exclamation point at the end of a message because some people are reporting it for harassment.
I could easily believe this. 100%. Yeah, for sure.
One of the things that wasn't in your video is that Ubisoft had some controversy during the Me Too period, letting go of a manager in high positions, and some left on their own because they knew they'd be discovered. I then asked, what was the impact of this in the workplace? They responded by saying the editorial direction and overall mindset shifted from the boys club to safe content, reaching for...
Is this a video about Blizzard or Ubisoft? Wait a minute. Hold up. What's this?
Playing characters like Kay in Star Wars is a perfect example of this. The idea to have beautiful characters such as Baldur's Gate or Uncharted is met with distrust.
Of course.
The developer shared sentiments saying that safe content also leads to limited opportunities on the gameplay side. Even for Star Wars, we had to work with Disney, which would shut down most attempts at depicting a true criminal underworld with cruelty and drama.
Naturally.
When you put this developer's perspective in line with the recent failures and controversies at Ubisoft or any AAA developer...
So they're basically implying that they probably would have gone farther with Star Wars Outlaw, but they weren't able to because of Disney. I immediately believe that. I do. I think that makes so much sense. Yeah, probably true.
At this point, it all makes sense. An overcorrection in sensitivity brought on
Which to me, by the way, seems crazy because, like, didn't Disney, Disney owns Marvel, right? Like, Thanos is probably one of the greatest gray area characters that we've ever had. At least in, like, recent, like, superheroes. I think he's probably one of the best, if not the best, like, superhero cinema, like, gray area character. I mean, what the fuck? Like, why not do that with Star Wars?
Boys Club days that many studios experienced during their early years. As such, many games today lack the teeth and grit that players crave because those things are seen as problematic or unsafe to make in the workplace.
Well, the problem also is that you have a workplace that's trying to overcorrect for past sins. So, like, for example, they're trying to overcorrect for the fact that they got this whole Me Too problem in their company because they had weirdos that were working there. So now it's effectively the players that have to play a worse version of a product because the company had some sort of internal problem.
Use emojis or exclamation points. You could offend someone. Holy shit.
Yeah.
How soft have we gotten? It reminds me of...
It's also like, that's like a huge, like, that's like a huge indicator. It's like if people are getting called into HR for not using smiley faces or using exclamation marks, think about how painful all the rest of the office experience must be. Because it's not like this, oh, this is the only manifestation of this degree of mental illness. Absolutely not. It's probably everywhere.
Time where the Helldivers 2 community manager went on a ban spree on their Discord because players were using a throw-up emoji on furry art that was posted in their Discord.
By the way, this is actually true. Helldivers let a moderator on their Discord ban people because they thought that furry art was disgusting. It's probably like the most retarded thing that I had seen that company do. Insane. And they didn't, like, because if it was me, right, I would have just banned the dev and been like, okay, you're not gonna, this isn't your platform to talk about furry porn. Get out of here. Right, it's disgusting, yeah, but they let it happen. And as far as I know, this person's still a moderator. Yeah, it's insane that you would even allow that to happen.
Sometimes people need to be offended. While I'm going to try to resist the pull yourself up by your bootstraps tirade, friction
well,
on
the problem, I think here's the problem. The problem is that there's a lot of reasonable people who try to meet people like that in the middle, and they try to be reasonable with them. But the problem is that these people are not reasonable to begin with. So they're like obnoxious. They have like these weird values. You can't meet these people in the middle because they're never going to be in the middle. They're mentally ill weirdos.
levels is necessary in life. Now, that doesn't mean that people should be allowed to openly harass others, but there are major issues that arise when you have emojis that can get you fired. This overreaction and overcorrection leads to a workplace that is actively hostile towards freedom of thought, expression, and criticism.
Of course. Yeah, because you have people, and this is the reason why people do this. They also complain to HR. I think that people probably complain like this because it guarantees a degree of job security. Because, like, in their mind, they're thinking, well, if I'm having all these problems at the company is going to be less likely to get rid of me because maybe they could have some kind of lawsuit or discrimination against themselves. You see what I'm saying? So, like, there's all of these, like, metagaming things that are happening.
As one of the interviewees mentioned earlier, they noticed a culture of toxic positivity. From my perspective, toxic positivity is fake people saying fake things, and in the case of Ubisoft, making fake products. Nobody wants to live their entire life being terrified that someone is going to misunderstand them.
Yeah.
And when you're at a studio like Ubisoft and you're not even allowed to make characters attractive, otherwise it might upset people at the studio, you have a problem. This culture of fear and forced uniformity stifles...
Well, the problem, so, like, here's a good example of it, right? Is if, like, they want to add in a, like, the character, like, they want to add in, like, a trans character to the game. Like, let's say. You want to add in trans character, okay. How do you think it sounds, and how do you think it's received in the office with people that are trying to push this kind of stuff when you say no? Think about that. Now you're the bad guy. Now you're the one who is like, now you're transphobic. And these people can risk losing their job. Now you're anti-LGBT. Yeah, exactly. So there's a ton of pressure on people. So once this stuff starts getting put into the game, there's no way that these companies can push back against it because everybody is afraid of getting fired or being mislabeled because they think it's not appropriate for a game. I don't feel safe. Yeah, exactly. Now you're not being inclusive. Exactly. So you can easily see how this happens, and it's like basically the problem is only allowed to get worse, and if you try to make it better, you get fired.
Creativity, innovation. It's no wonder that Ubisoft is struggling to produce anything of real substance when their own developers are walking on eggshells, more worried about HR complaints than creating groundbreaking games.
And you shouldn't also get mad at the developers for not wanting to do that. I mean, these guys, a lot of them have been working in the industry for 10 years. They're not going to try to go and